I woke up in some random dude's body, confused as hell. My name's Chu Bai. Well, it was my name before too, funny enough. I transmigrated from the 21st century into this feudal dynasty called Du. Now, I read plenty of transmigration novels back in my old life. Those guys always wake up as princes or rich heirs. Me? I woke up as the village idiot. Literally. People call me white fool to my face. Kids scream it at me like it's my actual name. Here's the backstory. The original Chu Bai lived in Wu family village. Everyone here is surnamed Wu except us. His dad was the only outsider, ran a little school because he could read. Life was fine until dad died a few months ago. Then this genius managed to get scammed out of every single thing he owned in record time. Every single thing. And just before I showed up, he choked to death on his last steamed bun. His last one. He ate it too fast and died. That's who I replaced. Lucky me. I'm sitting here with zero money, zero food, zero plans, when some kid runs through the village screaming, "The government is handing out wives. Come get your wife." Apparently, this dynasty has a huge gender ratio problem because of all the wars. So the law says if you're 18 and not married, you pay a 500 coin fine every year. Can't pay? Men get dragged to the front lines. Women get sent to government brothels. Yeah, it's that kind of era. But to keep things fair, every year they send these bride caravans around to the villages. Unmarried women get lined up, and men just pick one. The woman can't refuse. Well, she can refuse, but then her whole family goes to jail. So basically she can't refuse. Now, I have exactly 0 coins. If I don't pick a wife today, I'm getting shipped off to war. I just got here. I haven't even figured out where my next meal is coming from. And they want me to dodge swords on a battlefield? No thanks. I drag myself to the village entrance. The kids immediately start their favorite song. "White fool is here. White fool is here." I just sigh. Honestly, after absorbing this body's memories, I can't even argue. The original owner earned that name fair and square. The officer tells everyone to hurry up, and the men start picking wives. I look at the lineup and, yeah, most of these women are rough. Dark skin from years of field work, calloused hands, built like they could carry a cow. Not ugly, just clearly optimized for survival, not beauty pageants. But then I spot the back of the line. There are a few women there who are genuinely gorgeous. Like, I've seen celebrities and these girls still impress gorgeous. I'm confused. Why are they still here? They should have been picked ages ago. Then I get my answer. One guy walks toward them, drooling like a broken faucet, reaches for a pretty girl's hand, and his mom explodes. "You pick one of those useless fox spirits, and I'll beat you dead." The guy practically teleports to the nearest sturdy-looking woman instead. His mom nods approvingly. Now that's a girl. Big hips, good for babies, and she looks like she can plow a field, and just like that, it all makes sense. In this world, pretty means can't work, can't farm, waste of rice. Nobody wants a beautiful wife when you need someone who can wrestle an ox. One by one, every guy picks the strongest, sturdiest woman available. And now it's just me left. The beautiful girls at the back are all looking at me with these desperate, pleading eyes, silently begging. "Pick me. Please pick me." The village chief calls my name, and everyone starts whispering. None of it's good. Whoever he picks is cursed for 8 lifetimes. The boy can't even farm. He got all his money scammed away. He can't feed himself. How's he gonna feed a wife? Give it 10 days, they'll both starve. I mean, they're not wrong. If the original Chu Bai was doing the picking, any girl he chose would basically be signing up to babysit a grown man and feed herself. He'd probably get scammed into selling his own wife before the year was out. But I'm not him anymore. 2 of the pretty girls suddenly rush forward and drop to their knees right in front of me. "Please pick me. I'm thin, but I can do anything. I absolutely cannot be sent to the brothel. I can work hard, and I only need 1 meal a day." I look down at these 2 women kneeling at my feet, begging me to marry them, and my brain short-circuits for a second. These girls are genuinely beautiful, perfect figures, gorgeous faces. Back in my old world, they'd be top-tier internet celebrities at minimum. The kind of women I couldn't even dream about. And here they are, on their knees, begging the village idiot to save them. This feels like a dream. The officer barks at me. "Hurry up and pick." "Stop wasting time." I look at the 2 girls. If I pick one, the other goes to the brothel. That's it. Game over for her. Wu Family Village is the last stop on the bride caravan route. The villagers keep running their mouths. All three are money losers. No matter who he picks. He can't even pay the 500 coin fine. Even if he picks one, they'll all get sent away by year's end when he can't pay the head tax. And that pisses me off. Who says I can't pay the tax? I'm a transmigrator. You think some lousy head tax is going to beat me? I take a deep breath, point at the two girls kneeling before me, then swing my finger toward the third beautiful girl standing quietly in the back. These two, and that one. I want all three. Dead silence. Everyone freezes. The two girls in front of me go blank for a second, then their faces light up like fireworks. They don't care who they're marrying. They're not going to the brothel. That's all that matters. But the third girl, the quiet one, gives me a strange look. You don't know who I am? I shrug. Are you famous? She points at herself. My name is Li Han. I've killed 2 husbands already. Wait, she's a widow? Twice? The villagers gasp like someone just announced a plague. She's the Death Star who killed 2 husbands. I heard she looks weak, but she's actually great at working. So what? Both her husbands died before they even made it to the wedding night. Who dare marry her? Now I understand why Li Han didn't throw herself at my feet like the other 2. She didn't want to drag anyone else down with her. She looks at me, completely stone-faced. If you want to change your mind, there's still time. I laugh. Do you know who I am? She shakes her head. I gesture at the crowd. I'm Chu Bai. They all call me White Fool, because 2 weeks ago I let people scam me out of everything my dead father left me. Oh, and I just ate my last meal today. No idea where the next one's coming from. Li Han studies me carefully. I can tell she doesn't fully buy the fool thing. Something about me doesn't match. But everything I said is true, and nobody in the crowd is arguing. I look her in the eyes. So, you still willing to marry me? She hesitates, bites her lip, then nods. I'm willing. I smile and turn to the other 2. If either of you want to back out, now's your chance. Their heads shake so fast they look like little drums. Back out. Are you crazy? Someone actually wants to marry them. Sure, they might starve, but starving beats the brothel any day of the week. The head officer is thrilled. He pulls out the paperwork for all 3 girls and has me stamp my thumbprint right away. Turns out he has a quota. If too many women come back unmarried, he gets punished too. So me taking the 3 hardest to marry girls off his hands? Best thing that happened to him all day. Papers signed, officers gone. And the village commentary begins. The Chu boy's gone insane. 3 wives at once. He can't even feed himself. Is he expecting them to feed him? Even if they work, those 3 money losers can barely keep themselves alive. Maybe he just wants to have some fun before he starves to death. Nah, I think the kid's got his father's kind heart. He's just trying to keep them alive a few more days. I can see the girls' faces getting darker with every word. I grab one of their hands gently. Don't worry about what they say. Come on, let's go home. We start walking, and of course the brat squad follows us, chanting, White Fool got married. White Fool got married. Normally their parents would drag them away by the years for that. But today, even the adults think I'm acting like a fool, so nobody stops the kids. I'm not mad about the name calling. I just don't want the girls to feel bad. So I turn around and hit the kids with the oldest trick in the book. Hey, your families are cooking meat right now. If you don't hurry home, your parents will eat it all. The kids freeze. Their eyes go wide with longing. You're lying. It's not New Year. Nobody eats meat. I ruffle one kid's hair. Think about it. Why are so many people getting married today? It's a celebration. If you don't run home now, there won't be any left. That does it. One kid points at me and shouts, if you're lying, I'm coming back for you. And they all sprint home. What they're actually sprinting toward is a spanking for demanding meat. But that's not my problem. I lead the 3 girls to my house. When they see the courtyard, their eyes light up. It's actually a nice little place, better than 99% of houses in Wu Family Village. My father was an educated man, so even though he settled in this village, he had more money than most farmers. But then I open the door. The light in their eyes dies immediately. The house is completely empty inside. For bare walls. Everything that wasn't nailed down, the original Chu Bai already sold or got scammed out of. I sit down and lay it all out. You've seen the situation. If any of you want to leave, I won't stop you. All 3 of them shake their heads at once. We'll never go back on this. Husband, even if we have to work like oxen, we'll repay you. I can tell they think I didn't marry them because I actually wanted wives. They think I was just being kind, giving them a few more months before the taxes come due. And honestly, that was part of it. But what they don't know is that I'm a transmigrator. I already have plans. Half a year is more than enough time to make serious money. Forget feeding 3 women. I could feed 30. 300. But telling them that right now, nobody would believe the village idiot. So I keep quiet about my plans and say, you all rest. There's no food in the house, so I'm going to go pawn something for grain money. I start looking around the house for anything worth selling. And I find absolutely nothing. That bastard original owner really cleaned the place out. Not a single valuable thing left. I'm standing there feeling pretty embarrassed when one of the girls speaks up nervously. Husband, don't worry. My family gave me a little dowry money before I left. It's not much, but please don't think less of it. She pulls out a faded little pouch and shakes out a tiny piece of silver and a few copper coins. Then Li Han and the third girl pull out some copper coins too. I look at the little pile of money and my eyes light up. It's only about 20 or 30 coins total, but prices in the Dayu dynasty aren't crazy high. This is enough for several meals. We're not going to starve today. That's a start. I take the girls' coins and silver. Not my proudest moment, using my wife's money on day 1 of marriage. But what choice do I have? That idiot original owner didn't leave me a single thing worth selling. At least this money keeps us alive long enough for me to actually make some. You all rest. I'll go buy some grain. I open the door to leave and immediately slam into someone. You blind? Can't see your brother lie standing here? I look at the greasy guy in front of me and dig through the original owner's memories. Oh, this guy? Wu Laizi, Wu family village's most notorious scumbag. And a big reason why the original Chu Bai went broke so fast. Without this piece of work helping to scam him, I might have actually inherited some savings. What do you want, Wu Laizi? He flips on a slimy grin the second he sees me. Brother, I heard you got 3 gorgeous wives. I'm here to congratulate you. Congratulate me? With empty hands? Anyone else would be embarrassed. Not Wu Laizi. He throws his arm around my neck like we're best friends. I shove him off. Talk. Don't touch. He blinks. I can tell he notices something's different about me today, but he doesn't think too hard about it. Listen, brother, let me help you out. Those 3 money losers? That's 3 head taxes you gotta pay. What if I take 2 off your hands? Right on cue. Li Han and the other 2 girls step out of the house. They've been cleaning up inside. Wu Laizi's eyes go completely straight. He's practically drooling. I wave my hand in front of his face. Eyes up here, he swallows and grins. It's simple. I don't have a wife either, right? You give me 2 of those girls, and you only have to pay 1 head tax instead of 3. Win-win. You won't find a deal this good anywhere. I almost laugh at how stupid he thinks I am. If I gave him 2 girls, I'd still be paying their head tax because the marriage documents have MY name on them. The government comes after me, not him. That's not helping. That's just stealing my wives and leaving me with the bill. The old Chu Bai might have fallen for this. I won't. But what really makes my blood boil is what I know about Wu Laizi from the original's memories. He married a girl from the bride caravan before. Picked a pretty one, just like he's trying to do now. That poor woman thought maybe he'd at least treat his own wife decently. Wrong. He starved her, beat her constantly, and when tax season came around, he sold her to a brothel because he couldn't pay. I can see my 3 girls trembling. They know exactly who Wu Laizi is. Their faces have gone completely white. They think I'm actually going to hand them over. I force down my anger and ask him, which 2 do you want? The girls' hearts sink. I can see it in their eyes. They think it's over. They think they made the wrong choice. They're already wishing they'd refused me from the start, because at least going straight to the brothel would have been better than being handed to this animal. Wu Laizi points at the 2 girls who aren't Li Han. He's heard about Li Han's husband-killing reputation and doesn't want to risk it. Then he winks at me. If you've got no objections, I'll just take these 2 home now. And he squeezes past me toward them. The 3 girls shrink together in terror as Wu Laizi walks toward them. Li Han grits her teeth and steps in front of the other 2, glaring at him. Wu Laizi sneers at her. What are you looking at, disaster star? I don't want you. Who knows if you'd kill me too. But hey, when white fool can't pay the head tax and you all get sold to the brothel, I'll come visit. Make sure you treat me real nice. Li Han's face turns so red it could bleed. She's been married twice, but never even had a wedding night. Both husbands died before that. She's heard plenty of gossip, but never anything this disgusting. Then Wu Laizi turns to the other 2 girls with that revolting grin. Come on, sweeties, let's go home with your brother Lai. He reaches for them. That's when I grab both his arms from behind. What are you doing? He tries to shake me off but can't. I smile. Not a nice smile. What am I doing? Beating you. I smash my fist right into his face. He goes down hard. He's completely shocked. Everyone in this village knows Chu Bai is a weakling who can't lift anything heavier than a book. Getting punched by me was not in his plans today. The girls are stunned too. They thought I was some harmless bookworm. Surprise. I jump on top of him and let my fists fly like rain. I'm going to kill you. He tries to fight back a few times, but I knock him down every time. All he can do is curl up and cover his head. The girls panic. Husband, stop. You'll kill him. They pull me off. They're right. If I actually kill this guy, I'm going to court, and then who takes care of them? Wu Lizzie scrambles to the gate, bleeding and wobbly. Just you wait, Chu Bai. I'll get you for this. I grab a wooden stick. I'll get you right now. He yanks the gate open to run, but before he can get through, wham. A foot comes out of nowhere and kicks him a full 10 feet through the air. He crashes to the ground, seeing stars. I see my chance. I raise the stick and swing down at his head. This time I'm not holding back. A guy like Wu Lizzie, once you make an enemy of him, you have to finish it. Otherwise he'll come back to haunt you forever. The stick is about to crack his skull open when a hand shoots out and catches it mid-swing. Like it's nothing. It's Uncle Wu-san. The man is a legend in this village. Former soldier, fought alongside some big shot, killed plenty of people in his day. The kind of guy whose killing intent can freeze wolves in their tracks. He only retired because of an injury to his right hand. And he just caught my full power swing with that same injured hand like I was swatting a fly. Uncle Wu-san, you're protecting him? He shakes his head and points at my 3 wives. You just got married. If you kill him and get arrested, what happens to them? Killing Wu Lizzie is doing the village a public service. Nobody here would report me, maybe not the villagers. But he's got lowlife friends. They'd do anything for a reward. That stops me. He's right. This village is tiny. Someone probably already saw Wu Lizzie come to my house. If he disappears, his scumbag friends might come after me just to get their hands on my wives. But he just threatened me. I say, he'll come for revenge. And if I'm not home, he'll go after my wives. Uncle Wu-san thinks for a moment, then takes my stick and walks over to Wu Lizzie. Wu Lizzie starts stammering. "Th3 uncle, what are you?" He's not afraid of me. But Uncle Wu-san, that's a different story entirely. Uncle Wu-san grabs the stick in one hand and chops down with the other. Crack. The thick wooden stick snaps clean in half and clatters to the ground. He stares down at Wu Lizzie. If you ever bother Chu Bai again, I guarantee you'll end up just like this stick. Understand? Wu Lizzie's head bobs up and down like a chicken pecking rice. Get lost. And remember what I said. I keep my promises. Wu Lizzie scrambles away on all fours. I watch him go. I'm not fully satisfied. A guy like that won't stay scared forever. But for now, it'll have to do. Uncle Wu-san, what brings you to my house? His place is at the village entrance. Mine's in the middle. He doesn't just wander by here. He tells me my father was good to his boys back when the school was running. So he brought some grain as a wedding gift. He sets down a small bag and leaves without another word. Lihan opens the bag and nearly squeals. It's millet. I'm surprised too. In this messed up dynasty, regular people eat wheat husks and bran. Sometimes grass roots and tree bark. Actual millet is a holiday luxury. Uncle Wu-san's family isn't rich. This little bag of 2 or 3 pounds is probably going to cost them several days of tight belts. The man just handed me his family's good food because my dad was nice to his kids. That hits me right in the chest. All right, since we have grain, I won't go out today. Let's eat. The girls nod eagerly. They've been walking with the bride caravan all day with nothing to eat. Their stomachs are staging a full rebellion. Lihan asks where the kitchen is, and all 3 of them disappear into it. They're still too shy to be alone with me. Plus, they want to show me they're hardworking so I won't get tired of them and sell them off. A few minutes later, Lihan brings out a bowl. Husband, this one's for you. Please eat first. I look in the bowl. It's mostly water with a sad little sprinkle of millet floating around. I don't take it. What are you 3 eating? Her eyes dart away. We eat after husband finishes. I already know what's going on. I walk straight into the kitchen. The other 2 girls are crouching there, carefully sipping from bowls that are basically hot water with maybe 5 grains of millet each. When they see me, they jump up like kids caught stealing candy. I check the 3 bowls on the stove. Almost no millet. All water. They gave me the good portion and kept nearly nothing for themselves. Sorry, husband. We were wrong. Li-Han rushes in behind me, apologizing frantically. I look at them with a serious face. You are wrong. But do you even know what you did wrong? All three of them shrink down, looking miserable. One girl stammers, we're sorry we were greedy. We'll give you all the millet from now on and never sneak any again. If I get all the millet, what do you eat? Will. Go dig wild vegetables. I snort. You clearly don't understand what you did wrong. All of you, get out and wait. Tears roll down their faces. They think I'm punishing them. They think the cruelty is starting already, just hours after the wedding. They signed those papers, and now they're stuck. All they can do is pray they don't make me angry again. Once they're out, I relight the fire, boil water, and dump in a big, generous handful of millet, nearly half a pound. I cook it until it's thick and rich, then scoop out 3 big, full bowls. Get in here. They walk in and see the 3 overflowing bowls of thick millet porridge on the counter. Their hearts sink. In their minds, I just burned through a huge chunk of our grain supply. At the rate they were going, that bag could have lasted 5 or 6 days. Now, maybe 3. Stop standing there. Eat. 1 bowl each. Finish every drop. I know these girls have been starving themselves their whole lives. If I don't force them, they'll try to survive on water and grass. One girl drops to her knees. Husband, we're truly sorry. We'll never sneak food again. Please forgive us. I keep my face blank. Anyone who doesn't finish their bowl gets sold. Their hearts break. 5 minutes ago, I was their hero for beating up Ulaizi. Now they think I'm just as bad as him. Li-Han looks at the other 2 and says quietly, let's just eat. Even if we get sold tomorrow, at least we'll have 1 full meal. She picks up her bowl first. The other 2 follow. At first they eat slowly, savoring every grain, trying to make it last. But within seconds they're wolfing it down. They haven't had real millet porridge in who knows how long. And this isn't watery slop. It's thick, rich, proper porridge. They finish everything. Every grain. Every last drop of liquid. The bowls are licked clean. Then they all burp at the same time. Then they all look down, embarrassed. They haven't eaten this much in forever, and they completely forgot to act ladylike about it. I look at the 3 of them sitting there, embarrassed after demolishing their porridge, and I can't help but tease. Well, you girls can eat after all. They panic instantly. Because I said earlier that whoever eats the least gets sold. Husband, we normally don't eat much. We just haven't had millet in so long. Please don't sell us to the brothel. I grin. When did I say anything about selling you to the brothel? They freeze. Then one of them starts. But you said whoever eats the least. She stops mid-sentence. Because she just realized I said, eats the least, not, eats the most. I wasn't threatening to punish them for eating too much. I was threatening to punish whoever didn't eat enough. But now they think I'm going to sell them to some rich family instead, which in this world can be even worse. Li-Han looks at me with hard eyes. She had a friend who got sold to a wealthy household. The friend drowned herself in a river within 2 months. Are you planning to sell us to a rich family? I shake my head. No plans for that. Then where are you going to sell us? I can't help but laugh. These girls are so used to being treated like garbage that they can't even process someone being nice to them. They're sitting here with full bellies for the first time in months, and all they can think about is when the other shoe drops. Then the quiet one, the girl who hasn't spoken much, suddenly says, I understand now. Husband wasn't trying to sell us. He was worried we wouldn't eat enough, so he scared us into finishing everything. I look at her, genuinely impressed. Finally, someone with a brain. Li-Han and the other girl look at each other, and it clicks. They've been so used to saving every grain, eating last, eating least, that even when I put full bowls in front of them, they would have only taken a few sips if I hadn't threatened them. The tears start flowing. I hold up my hands. Okay, don't cry. We're married now, and I don't even know your names yet. The smart one stands up and gives me a graceful bow. My name is Lin Siener. You can call me Siener. Nice name. The shy one scrambles to her feet and copies Lin Siener's bow, looking nervous. My name is Su Qing. You can call me Qing'er. Also a good name. Li-Han. Lin Siener. Su Qing. My 3 wives. I look at all of them seriously. We didn't know each other before today, but now we're family. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you eat full meals every single day. And not just full, I mean good food. They stare at me like I've lost my mind. In their experience, a new wife's first night means getting beaten to establish authority. That's how it works. Beat the new bride so she knows her place, obeys the in-laws, does what she's told. Especially Li Han. She's been through 2 marriages. Both times she got beaten, starved, worked half to death, forced to eat the thinnest gruel while everyone else ate first. And here I am, not hitting them, not setting rules, not punishing them, telling them I'll feed them well. They think it's a dream. But they also remember I'm the village idiot who got scammed out of everything. So they don't take my promise too seriously. They'll settle for just not being beaten. I don't bother explaining. When the money starts rolling in, they'll understand. Right then, crying breaks out from houses across the village. Women sobbing. The girls' faces go pale. Li Han actually shudders. She knows exactly what that sound means. The other families who picked wives today are establishing authority, beating their new brides. Every household does it. They all believe a good beating on the first night makes a wife obedient forever. Don't worry about other people's homes, I tell them gently. We can only take care of our own. Lin Xiener and Su Qing nod, looking relieved. If they'd ended up in any other house, they'd be the ones screaming right now. I notice Li Han's expression is off. She's somewhere else, reliving something. I reach over and take her hand. What's past is past. We look forward now. She flinches at the touch, pulls back instinctively. But then she realizes it's me, and slowly relaxes. If only every husband she'd married had been like this. Every time the bride caravan came around, it was hell for Li Han. No one picks her. Brothel. Someone picks her. Also hell. Her first 2 marriages started the exact same way. Walk through the door, get beaten. Then the in-laws pile on the heaviest chores they can find. And both times, right before the wedding night, her husbands died. One drowned catching fish. The other got bitten by a snake and didn't survive. After that, everyone called her a Death Star. Both sets of in-laws blamed her for killing their sons. They beat her, cursed her, starved her, and worked her like a mule. And then, and this is the truly disgusting part, right before tax season, both families returned her, sent her back to her parents. Why? To save themselves one person's worth of head tax. They squeezed every drop of labor out of her and then threw her away like garbage. That's why she's still in the bride caravan even though she's been married twice. Normally a widow doesn't have to remarry. But she wasn't widowed. She was returned. Different rules. Li Han suddenly pushes my hand away. Husband, I'm bad luck. You should divorce me. She's serious. Any other man who only wanted her for her looks? She wouldn't care. But I've been too good to her. No beating, no cursing, forced her to eat a full meal. She doesn't want to kill me too. I stare at her. Silly girl. Remember what I told you at the bride caravan? You're a Death Star, and I'm a fool. A fool and a Death Star. We're a perfect match. It's terrible logic, but I can see it warms her up inside. She knows I'm not actually stupid, but I'm willing to call myself one just to make her feel better. But husband, I'll get you killed, tears running down her face. She feels this warmth from me that she hasn't felt in years, maybe ever. But she thinks she's too selfish if she keeps it. I laugh. If you're really a Death Star, then I need to keep you like a treasure. Next time someone makes me angry, I'll just drop you off at their house, and their whole family drops dead. You're basically a weapon, she actually smiles. First real smile I've seen from her. I turn to Xiener and Qinger. Am I right or am I right? They nod immediately. They're scared of the Death Star curse too, but as fellow money losers, they understand Li Han better than anyone. They've been called disasters and burdens their whole lives. Lin Xiener's family used to be wealthy in the city, but after they lost everything, her own relatives started beating her and calling her a curse. Su Qing went through the same thing. Sister Li Han, don't be foolish. If husband divorces you, you'll end up in the brothel. That's right. We finally found such a good husband. Are you really going to throw that away? Li Han hesitates. She's torn. She doesn't want to kill me, but she also knows she'll never find another man like me. Then she steels herself again. Husband, you should still. I cut her off. Have you considered this? We're already married. If you really are a Death Star, the bad luck already hit me the moment we signed those papers. Divorcing you now won't undo anything. So it's too late anyway. Her face freezes. Then she looks devastated. If she'd known I was this kind, she never would have agreed to marry me in the first place. Stop overthinking it. I grin and look at all 3 of them. Ladies, it's getting dark. How about we get to the main event? All 3 faces turn bright red instantly. They know exactly what comes next. Out here in the countryside, there's nothing to do after sunset. People don't waste lamp oil. Once it gets dark, the whole village fills with, well, sounds, along with barking dogs. I look at them with a smile. So, who's first? Ideally, I'd want all three at once, every man's dream. But they're all virgins and clearly terrified, so I'll have to go one at a time. The three of them stand there with their heads down, clutching their clothes, trembling. Sienna, how about you go first? She buries her head even lower without saying a word. I'm about to try Su Qing when Li Han suddenly stands up. Husband, I'll go first. Li Han says it without looking up. She's thought it through. If her bad luck already hit me the moment we got married, then there's no point holding back anymore. Might as well give herself to me completely. At least then my kindness won't go to waste. Sienna and Qing'er quietly sigh with relief that they don't have to volunteer. But I catch a tiny flash of disappointment too. They know they'll have to do this eventually, and the sooner they do, the closer they'll get to me. But they're too shy to go first, especially with two other women watching. They don't want me thinking they're that kind of girl. I look at Li Han's face. She's stunning. More beautiful than most celebrities I saw in my old life. And that body. I swallow hard. I glance at Sienna and Qing'er and can't resist teasing. You two sure you don't want to join in? Their faces turn into tomatoes. And no. I laugh. I was just joking anyway. All three of them are complete beginners. Trying to do this together right now would be punishment, not pleasure. All right, Li Han sleeps with me tonight. You two take the room next door. They nod, relieved. They definitely do not want to be within earshot of what's about to happen. Once they leave, I look at Li Han. Shall we, wife? She gives the tiniest nod, head still buried. She's been married twice, sure. But she's only 20. Back in my old world, that's a college junior. Still someone's baby girl. And she's never actually done this before. It's dark now. By the moonlight, I can just make out her flushed face. She looks like a ripe apple waiting to be picked. I scoop her up in my arms. And that's when I realize just how thin she really is. She's about 5'6", should weigh around 110, maybe 120 pounds. She feels like barely 90. Years of back-breaking labor and barely enough food to survive. She buries her face in my chest, heart pounding. She knows this is something every woman goes through. She knows I'm a good man, but she's still terrified. After a moment, she realizes I'm not moving. I'm just standing there holding her. Husband, she looks up, nervous. She's scared I'm disgusted by her. She's been married twice. She's a Death Star. Maybe I've changed my mind. I snap back to reality. Sorry, wife. Your beauty made me lose my mind for a second. She relaxes immediately. As long as I'm not rejecting her. Then she whispers in a voice so small it's barely a breath. Husband, please, be gentle with me. Every last bit of self-control I had just evaporates. I carry her to the bed. Clothes come off, and underneath that patched-up dress I find. Well, let's just say that despite years of malnutrition and hard labor, nature knew exactly where to send what little nutrition she got. Height. Check. The 2 peaks I'm currently exploring? Very much check. Next door, Sienna and Qing'er are lying in bed wide awake. Sienna, do you think we're dreaming? Qing'er whispers. What if we wake up tomorrow and none of this was real? Sienna doesn't want to think about that. If this is a dream, she never wants to wake up. I heard the first time hurts a lot, Qing'er says nervously. What if husband wants us tomorrow? I hate pain. Right on cue, certain muffled sounds start drifting through the wall from our room. Next door, Sienna and Qing'er pull their blankets over their faces when the sounds start. But within a minute, their eyes peek back out and their ears perk up like rabbits. Sienna, does Li Han sound different now than she did at the beginning? Sienna listens carefully. Yeah, it does sound different. Qing'er thinks about it. Maybe this whole thing isn't as scary as I thought. She's the biggest baby about pain. She cries for half a day over a paper cut. But listening to Li Han's voice change from pain to something else, she's starting to reconsider. Sienna suddenly blurts out, then why don't you take care of husband tomorrow night? Sure. Qing'er agrees immediately, and Sienna instantly regrets asking. Now Li Han went first. Qing'er is going second, and she's dead last. What if I start liking them more? What if I think she's being prissy and difficult? What if I get tired of her and send her away? She spends the whole night tossing and turning, having nightmares about me divorcing her or selling her to the brothel because she wouldn't sleep with me. When the rooster crows twice. The next morning, Sienna jolts awake out of habit. back at her brother's house. If she wasn't up and working by now, she'd get cursed out as a lazy money loser. But then she sees the unfamiliar room, the rundown little courtyard, and she breaks into a huge smile. It wasn't a dream. She's really married. She's really here. She makes up her mind right then. Whatever I ask of her, no matter what, she'll do it. She's not losing this home. Then she spots Li Han already up and moving. If the woman who was up all night doing that can get up this early, Xian'er has zero excuse to sleep in. Outside, Qing'er is pestering Li Han with questions, blushing furiously. When she sees Xian'er coming, she bolts. Xian'er looks Li Han over and notices she's walking a little differently. Why didn't you sleep in, sister? Li Han smiles softly. Too happy to sleep. The truth is, she barely slept all night. Not from the pain, but because she was terrified she'd wake up and I'd be dead. 2 husbands died on her before. She was so scared this would be the 3rd time that she actually initiated a 2nd round after I was done, just in case it was our last night together. She wanted to repay me as much as possible while she still could. When the first rooster crow hit, she opened her eyes and saw me lying right there, chest rising and falling strong and steady. I was alive. Not dead. Not cursed. Alive. She pressed her head against my chest, listened to my heartbeat, and felt happier than she'd been in years. Then she got up to cook breakfast with a smile she couldn't wipe off her face. Xian'er figures it out and feels a wave of relief too. She'd also been secretly worried Li Han's curse was real. Then Xian'er gets curious. What was Qing'er asking you just now? Li Han's face turns red. She checks to make sure nobody's listening, then whispers. She asked me exactly what husband did last night. Xian'er's face explodes into color. That shameless little Qing'er. But after a pause. So, does it really hurt? Li Han nods. At first, yes. But after that, Xian'er's eyes light up. What happened after? Li Han ducks her head, blushing to her ears. Husband said he really liked it. Xian'er blinks. He really liked it? What does that mean? She's about to ask more when I walk out of the bedroom. She turns bright red and runs away. I look at Li Han. What were you 2 talking about? Li Han smiles innocently. She was asking what we did last night. Awkward. I mean, we literally met yesterday. But hey, they're all my wives now. They can't escape. Husband, breakfast. Li Han hands me a bowl of millet porridge. She's already up, already cooking, even after last night. I think about the war zone that was our bedroom and feel like I'm living in a different universe. In my old life, getting a wife required enough money to buy a small house. Here I got 3 gorgeous, sweet, hard-working wives for free. Life is weird. I eat my porridge and tell them I'm heading out. If anyone causes trouble while I'm gone, call Uncle Wu-san. I stop by Uncle Wu-san's place first and ask him to keep an eye on things. Wu-Lizi might try something while I'm away, and my 3 wives can't fight him off alone. Then I walk to the nearest town. Takes me over half an hour on foot. I need money. Badly. That little bag of millet won't last 2 days, and the girl's dowry money can barely buy anything. I start running through ideas. Salt refining? Need capital. Sugar? Capital. Textiles? Capital. Restaurant? Capital. Everything needs money I don't have. The one thing I could do cheap is find a salt mine and refine some fine salt to sell. But selling private salt is a death sentence in this dynasty. No thanks. Soap? Easy to make, but also easy for someone to steal the recipe. Without protection, I'd lose my advantage immediately. I'm standing there stuck when a sleazy-looking guy appears in front of me. Chu Bai? I heard you married 3 gorgeous women yesterday. I searched through the original owner's memories, and oh, Zhao-san. This is the bastard who scammed the original Chu Bai out of every last coin his father left behind. The original owner chased this guy all over town trying to get his money back, but Zhao-san dodged him every time. And now he shows up on his own? I figure it out instantly. He heard about my 3 pretty wives and came sniffing around to see if he could get his hands on them somehow. But what Zhao-san doesn't realize is that he just walked straight into MY trap. I've been stressing about not having enough startup money, and here comes this idiot gift wrapping himself for me. I put on the old Chu Bai act. Zhao-san, you dare show your face. He grins like nothing happened. We're brothers. Why wouldn't I come see you? Where's my money? You said you'd return it in a few days. He throws his arm around my neck. Brothers share everything, right? Your money, my money. I said I'd pay you back, and I will. Why are you rushing? I shove him off and straighten my clothes. Then I say something that makes him freeze. You know what? Forget the money. Consider it a gift. I don't want it back. His jaw drops. For weeks, the original Chu Bai chased him everywhere over that money. Now I'm just letting it go? That's very generous of you. He jumps on it immediately, then his eyes narrow. Did something good happen to you? I let a flash of panic cross my face. And no, what are you talking about? His eyes go wide. He knows something's up now. Why else would I stop caring about the money? Why else would I marry 3 women when I can't even feed myself? Brother, we're basically blood. You can't hide good news from me. He wraps his arm around me again. There's a tea stand over there. Let's sit down and talk. He came here planning to steal my wives. Now he thinks he's stumbled onto something even bigger. Perfect. Walk right into my parlor, little fly. Zhao Xin drags me to a tea stand before I can even pretend to resist. Which is fine. I was planning to scam him anyway. Boss, tea. He slaps the table and turns to me. Come on, brother. Tell me what happened. I sit there saying nothing. The tea arrives. I take a sip and immediately spit it out. This stuff is disgusting. In the Du dynasty, tea isn't brewed like I'm used to. They roast tea bricks, grind them up, boil it, and then throw in salt, pepper, ginger, sometimes even green onions. It's basically soup. I'm a modern guy who drank proper steeped tea my whole life. This is torture. Zhao Xin tries his and shrugs. Tastes normal to me, then his eyes light up. Wait, you can't even drink cheap tea anymore? Brother, you've definitely come into money, I snort. None of your business. He switches tactics, pretending to care. I heard you married 3 money losers. Are you crazy? They can't work, and you'll have to pay head tax for all of them. You want to get dragged off to the army? I just grunt. Not your problem. His eyes are spinning like wheels. He wanted those pretty wives for himself, but now he's convinced I'm hiding something bigger. Why else would I stop chasing him for the money he stole? Why would I marry 3 women I can't afford? Brother, please just tell me what happened. I keep my mouth shut. And I know this drives him insane. The more silent I am, the more certain he becomes that he's right. When he can't crack me, he circles back to his original plan. Look, if you're really struggling, just give me those 3 money losers. I'll pay you 10 coins each. That's 30 whole coins. 30 coins for 3 women. This piece of garbage. I decide the hook is set deep enough. I jump to my feet and shout, You dare go after my wives? I'll have my grandfather throw you in prison. Zhao San's eye twitches. Grandfather. That's the word he was fishing for. See, my father, old Master Chu, was always a mystery in Wu family village. Too educated, too refined for a tiny farming village. People always suspected he came from some important family, but cut ties for unknown reasons. Nobody ever confirmed it. Now Zhao San thinks he's cracked the code. He figures my dad's family finally found me after my dad died. That's why I'm not worried about money anymore. That's why I don't care about the coins he stole. That's why I dared to marry 3 wives. I make sure to look horrified, like I just accidentally revealed my biggest secret. Zhao San's face splits into a grin. He slaps my shoulder. We're brothers. How can you keep good news from your brother? Inside, he's burning with jealousy. This useless fool always had it easy. His father's savings kept him fed, while everyone else in the village starved. Then just when it looked like he'd finally starved to death, a rich grandfather appears out of nowhere. He thinks I'm the luckiest idiot alive. He has no idea he's the one being played. Zhao San is practically glued to me now, arm around my neck, voice dripping with fake affection. Brother, you can't forget about me now that you've hit the jackpot. You gotta help your big bro out. I peel his hand off me. You almost let me starve to death. I should have my grandfather beat you. And you want me to help you? He doesn't even flinch. Brother, I wasn't trying to scam you. I just got delayed returning the money. I was actually coming to give it back today. I let my eyes light up for a second, then force my face back into anger mode. A gentleman's word is final. I said I don't want it, and I don't. Inside his head, I can practically hear the gears grinding. The old Chu Bai would have been jumping for joy at the mention of getting his money back. The fact that I don't even care anymore confirms everything. This fool really did find a rich grandpa. I can't just not repay you. He leans in closer. We agreed on half a month, and now it's time to return it with interest. I almost laugh thinking about how he originally scammed the money. It wasn't even a clever con. He just said, I need money for something big. Can I borrow some? Then asked, aren't we brothers? And the original Chu Bai handed over everything. That's it. That was the whole scheme. This idiot couldn't even qualify as a proper con artist. I let out a little snicker, and Zhao San thinks I'm mocking him. He jumps up. The money's at home. I'll go get it right now. Wait. I stop him. Forget the money. If you really want to help me, I need a big favor. His eyes go wide. I motion him closer. He rushes over. I point at the chair. Sit. He swallows and sits down like a dog waiting for a treat. He doesn't even notice that somewhere in the last few minutes, our whole dynamic flipped. I'm giving the orders now. Do you know why I came to town today? He shakes his head. I sigh dramatically. I'm shopping for a birthday gift for my grandfather. His 60th birthday is in 3 days. It's my first time meeting him, so I need something really special. But I've looked everywhere and nothing's good enough. Zhao San nearly jumps out of his chair. That's easy. I've got treasures at home. Pick whatever you want. If it makes Grandpa happy, just take it. Hook, line, sinker. I couldn't possibly. Nonsense. Let's go. He grabs me and starts marching toward his house. Behind us, the tea stand owner shouts, "Hey, you haven't paid." Zhao San glares at him. Your third master will pay you. Just wait. This is my moment. I pull out my coin pouch and deliberately bounce it in my hand, so the silver pieces clink together. Then I open it, frowning like I'm searching through too much money, and fish out the tiniest piece of silver. This is the smallest one I have. Keep the change. I toss it to the tea stand owner and quickly shove the pouch back in my pocket. Zhao San's throat bobs. He just heard a bag full of silver jingling around. His brain is doing the math and his eyes are about to pop out. We get to his place. It's a dump. I look around, disgusted. You're sure you have treasures here? Don't judge a book by its cover. Brother, he opens a secret door and leads me in. I've only got 3 things left, but any one of them would make Grandpa thrilled. He holds up the first item, a piece of colored glass called lioli. In ancient times this stuff was valuable, but I happen to know how to make actual glass. This thing is worthless to me. I barely glance at it. Second item, a calligraphy piece supposedly by some famous old master named Ouyang Zi. Now this could actually be worth a fortune. But forgeries are everywhere. I can't tell real from fake, and knowing Zhao San's status, there's no way this is authentic. Then I spot a box in the corner and flip it open. What's this? Zhao San's face changes completely. He rushes over and pushes my hand down. Brother, anything else is fine, but not that one. I narrow my eyes. Now I know this is the real treasure. Weren't we just brothers born of different parents? Now suddenly there are limits. I turn and start walking out. Brother, wait. Zhao San grabs my arm. Every time he hesitates even slightly, I turn to leave. No negotiation, no begging, just gone. After a few rounds of this, the guy is completely flustered. Why would I stay? You say one thing and do another. I start walking again. He hugs my arm. I didn't say no. Just give me a second. I can see the math running behind his eyes. He doesn't want to give up his treasure, but he really doesn't want to. Missed the chance to suck up to my grandfather. He figures I'm still the same gullible idiot he can manipulate later, so any investment now will pay off big. Fine. Take it. I grab what's inside the box before he can change his mind. It's a porcelain vase. Beautiful work. I don't know much about ceramics, but the fact that Zhao San kept it in its own special box and nearly had a heart attack when I touched it tells me everything. Plus, it looks a lot like the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain I saw in museums back in my old life. So when is Grandpa's birthday banquet? Zhao San asks, trying to sound casual. Half a month. At the biggest restaurant in the county capital, his eyes practically shoot out fireworks. The biggest restaurant. What a big shot. I walk out of his house without looking back and head straight to the biggest pawn shop in town. I hand over the vase and walk out with 10 taels of silver in my pocket. Do I know the pawn shop ripped me off? Absolutely. That vase is probably worth 10 times that, maybe 100 times. But I don't care. I needed startup capital, not a retirement fund. When the shopkeeper asked if I wanted a live pawn, meaning I could buy it back later, I picked dead pawn without blinking. I have zero intention of returning that vase. It was never mine to begin with. I hit the market and get a feel for local prices. I buy a whole basket of eggs and a small bag of polished white rice. Total cost, a few hundred coins, less than 1 tael of silver. The problem is, this body is weak as hell. I've barely walked half the way home, and I'm already tired, hauling all this stuff. If only I had someone to carry this for me, right on cue. Zhao San appears behind me, sneaking around like a rat. My eyes light up. Brother. Over here. He comes over, looking suspicious. Then he notices the vase is gone, and I'm surrounded by groceries instead. Where's my treasure? It's a treasure. Obviously, I hid it somewhere safe. You think I'm going to carry a priceless vase alongside a basket of eggs? What if I drop it? Before he can argue, I shove the eggs and the rice bag into his arms. Here, carry these home for me. He stands there stunned. He's been played by the village fool. But then he feels what's in the bag and freezes. White rice. Polished white rice. Not the bran and husks that normal people eat. Not the rough grain you get on holidays. This is the premium stuff that only rich people can afford. His brain locks up. This idiot really did make it big. He's eating rich people food. He picks up the bags and follows me like a mule, already dreaming about all the money he's going to squeeze out of my imaginary grandfather. With Zhao Sen carrying everything, the walk home is a breeze. When we reach Wu family village, I take the goods from him and shoo him away. You're not inviting me in? He looks like a kicked puppy. The old Chu Bai used to drag him inside and share everything. I just married 3 wives. The house isn't set up for guests yet. Come back in a few days. He agrees, but his eyes are glued to the eggs and the bag of polished rice. He's practically drooling. He's never eaten rice this good in his life. I can see him mentally begging me to share. You helped me out today, so I really should treat you to a meal. But today's not the right time, and honestly, this simple food isn't worthy of men of our status. We'll do it properly another day. Beautiful. He can't argue with that without admitting he's desperate for table scraps. He forces a laugh. Right. You just got married. I shouldn't intrude. He turns to leave. I call after him. Hey, wait. His eyes light up. He thinks I changed my mind about dinner. Next time you visit, don't come empty-handed. If I'm hosting you for dinner, you better bring a wedding gift. His jaw drops. Since when is this fool so shameless? But he shrugs it off. He'll just sweet-talk his way out of it later like he always does. Once he's gone, I carry everything into the courtyard. The girls have cleaned the whole place spotless. Not that there was much to clean. Su Qing sees me first. Husband's back. Li Han and Xianer jump up. Husband. Then they see what's in my arms. EGGS? Their faces light up like it's New Year. Eggs are a luxury. None of them have eaten one in ages. And there's also a bag that clearly has grain in it. They rush over. Li Han and Su Qing grab the eggs and grain. Xianer pulls out a cloth to wipe the sweat off my face. Su Qing, the curious one, peeks into the grain bag. It's polished rice. Li Han and Xianer's faces fall immediately. They did the math. The money they gave me was maybe 20 or 30 coins total. Enough for bran or husks that could last a couple weeks. But eggs and white rice? That money doesn't even cover the rice alone. Xianer's eyes narrow. Husband, you didn't pawn something, did you? Our money couldn't have bought all this. I scratch my head. Honestly, there was nothing left in this house to pawn even before you 3 showed up. They stare at me. If there's nothing to pawn and not enough money, then where did all this come from? Su Qing's hands fly to her mouth. Did you sell us? Li Han's face goes white. Absolute despair. Last night, she gave me everything. Her body, her trust, her hope. And now she thinks I turned around and sold her the very next morning. She was just starting to believe her luck had finally changed. She was ready to work herself to the bone to support me even if I was lazy. And now, I see her expression and realize I messed up badly. I was trying to tease them a little, and also I wasn't sure how to explain that I got the money by conning a con man. But I let the joke go too far. I flick Su Qing on the forehead. Even if I sold you, I'd never sell them. She rubs her forehead, pouting. The money was scammed. By me. From someone else. I pull out the remaining 9+ taels of silver. Their eyes go wide. That's more money than any of them have ever held. In this world, regular people use copper coins. Sometimes they just trade goods directly. Silver is rich people money. Xianer gasps and shoves my hand down. Put that away. If anyone sees you with this much silver, we'll be robbed. I think about it for a second, then hand the whole money pouch to Xianer. No point keeping it with me. You 3 manage it. She freezes, staring at the pouch. She's seen more money than this before. Her family used to be wealthy. But after they lost everything, her own brother sold her into the bride caravan for 500 coins. And here I am, totally broke, handing over 9 taels of silver to her without a second thought. Husband, you should keep the money. Xianer pushes the pouch back at me, looking uncomfortable. She doesn't feel right holding that much silver. I think for a second. Actually, you're right. I forgot to buy fabric today. Tomorrow I'll get some cloth and hire tailors to make you all new clothes. Li Han and Su Qing's mouths fall open. Nobody has ever offered to buy them new anything. But then Sienna snatches the pouch right back out of my hands. Actually, we'll keep it. She tucks it into her shirt and explains with a completely straight face. Our clothes are old, but they still work after patching. Husband spends money too fast. To make sure we can pay the head tax at year's end, we sisters will manage the finances. She looks at Li Han and Su Qing. Any objections? They shake their heads. New clothes are nice, but not getting sold to a brothel is nicer. Then Sienna smiles sweetly. Now, husband, tell us exactly how you got this money. I blink. This woman just seized control of the family treasury in under 30 seconds. I tell them the whole Zhao Sen story. Su Qing's eyes turn into stars. Li Han and Sienna look more worried. What if Zhao Sen finds out you tricked him? I wave it off. By the time he figures it out, 10 days minimum, we won't need to worry about him anymore. Sienna frowns. It's only day 2 of our marriage, and I've already made enemies of Wu Lizhi and Zhao San. She's wondering what kind of life she signed up for. Relax. Good times are coming. Now let me cook something. I head for the kitchen, but all 3 of them chase me out. They won't even let me make scrambled eggs. Which, I then realize, wouldn't work anyway. This dynasty is similar to the Sui Tang period. Stir-frying basically hasn't been invented yet. Everyone boils or stews everything. Plus I have no oil and no salt. Scrambled eggs are off the menu. Fine, but use plenty of rice and boil lots of eggs, I shout from outside. I've had nothing but watery millet porridge since I got here. If someone from my old life told me transmigrating was fun, I'd spit in their face. I miss leftover takeout. I miss flavor. Also, my wives are way too skinny from years of malnutrition. I need to fatten them up. I watch from the doorway as they reluctantly drop 2 eggs into the pot. 2. For 4 people. I storm in, grab a fistful of eggs, and dump them in the water. It's just EGGS. What's there to be stingy about? I stare them all down. Today, each of you eats at least 3 eggs. Anyone who doesn't gets a spanking tonight. 3 faces turn bright red. I march out of the kitchen like a victorious general. A little while later, Li Han brings out my food. A big bowl of steamed rice piled high and 4 or 5 boiled eggs. I peel one and ask, "Where are your eggs?" Li Han won't meet my eyes. These women. I knew it. "Open your mouth." She hesitates, then opens up. I shove the whole peeled egg in. "Eat. Don't come out until you're done." I walk outside and find Sienna and Su Qing sharing 1 egg between them. Sienna gave herself the white and Su Qing the yolk. Su Qing sees me and hides the yolk behind her back, then immediately pulls it out with a nervous giggle. "Look, husband, I'm eating an egg." See, her voice is half pleading, half scared, like a kid caught with candy. I roll my eyes. Did I stutter? 3 eggs each. You want that spanking tonight. Su Qing's face goes red. I push my own eggs in front of them. I'm sitting right here watching. Whoever doesn't eat 3 eggs gets to share a bed with me tonight. Su Qing grabs an egg so fast her hand blurs. Within seconds her cheeks are puffed out like a chipmunk, stuffed full of egg. Under my threats, the girls finally eat their eggs. But their stomachs are tiny from years of barely eating, so they're full after 2 each. Only Su Qing is nervously peeling a 3rd one. She's genuinely terrified I'll make her share my bed tonight. I watch her with a grin. She looks like she's about to cry. "You really don't want to sleep with me that badly?" Her big eyes go wide and she shakes her head frantically. And no, it's not that. I'm scared of pain. She trails off into mumbling nonsense. Sienna takes her hand and gently removes the egg. "Silly girl, he's teasing you again. Same trick as yesterday with the porridge. He scares us into eating more because he knows we won't do it on our own." Su Qing's face lights up. "Oi, ch. I rub my forehead. This girl might actually be a little dumb. Then Su Qing tilts her head. "But if husband was just teasing, who sleeps with him tonight?" Li Han starts to volunteer, but Sienna stops her. "Sister, you just had your first time last night. Your body needs rest. I'll take care of husband tonight." She says it with a completely straight face. No blushing, no hesitation. After 1 day with me, she's already figured out her role and she's committed. She knows I'm a decent man with a good head on my shoulders who actually cares about his wives. Exactly the husband she's been hoping for. I look at Sienna and, well, of the 3, she's honestly the most stunning. Li Han's skin is a bit rough from years of hard labor. Su Qing is skin and bones everywhere except the 2 places that matter. But Sienna grew up wealthy. She never did heavy work as a child, so her skin is flawless, Her figure is perfectly proportioned. Everything is exactly where it should be. She's the kind of woman men only see in dreams. If it wasn't the middle of the day, I'd carry her to the bedroom right now. She catches me staring and gets flustered. Su-Ching notices and starts looking back and forth between us with the biggest grin on her face. Sienna snaps. Keep staring and you're sleeping with him tonight. Su-Ching squeaks and runs away. After finishing my eggs and rice, I grab a hoe and head out. I noticed limestone rocks near the west side of the village this morning. Within half an hour, I've dug up a good pile of quicklime. Then I scrape out a bunch of wood ash from under the kitchen stove. I mix the quicklime, wood ash, and leftover tea water into a paste and start coating the eggs one by one. The girls stare at me like I've lost my mind. Husband, what are you doing? Sienna steps forward, horrified. Eggs cost 1 or 2 copper coins each, and I'm smearing mud all over them. Making century eggs. You'll understand when they're done. This is my money-making plan. I thought about making tofu first, way cheaper to produce. But it's summer, and unsold tofu goes bad fast. Century eggs keep for days even if they don't sell right away. Plus, with the 10 tails from pawning Zhao San's vase, food isn't an urgent problem anymore. I can afford to wait the 7 or 8 days it takes for century eggs to cure. Once they get popular, I'll add tofu, rice wine, cold noodles, one product at a time. Each one's simple. Each one something nobody in this dynasty has ever seen. What's a century egg? Can you eat it? Su-Ching pushes to the front, eyes locked on my hands. Of course you can eat it. Why else would I make it? How long until it's ready? About 7 or 8 days. That's actually why I didn't think of century eggs first. With only the girls' 20-something coins of dowry money, I could have bought eggs or grain, but not both. We would have starved before the eggs finished curing. But thanks to my dear brother born of different parents, Zhao San, and his generous donation of a priceless vase, that problem solved itself. I finish coating every single egg in the paste and sit back, satisfied. The ancients were right. When you go to battle, you need family by your side. And when it really counts, nobody comes through like your brother from another mother. And father, thank you, Zhao San. Truly, after coating the eggs in paste, I roll them in sawdust I got from the village carpenter. The girls watch me like I've completely lost it. Husband, why are you rolling eggs in? Filth? Sienna's face is pure confusion. I explain that I'm curing them, like making pickled vegetables, but with eggs. Except then I realize, pickling means almost nothing to these people. Salt is a luxury item here. Fine salt is for nobles only, and even coarse salt is beyond what normal families can afford. Regular people flavor their food with vinegar cloth and sour plums, if they use anything at all. The concept of salting food is basically science fiction to commoners. I know how to refine salt, but the government controls all salt production. Getting caught selling private salt means death. Every dynasty, same rule. Not worth it. Think of it like making sauce, I tell them. They have soy sauce and bean paste in this era, at least for rich people. When the eggs are done, you'll understand. They nod, but I can see it in their eyes. They think I'm wasting perfectly good eggs by burying them in lime and ash. They're already doing the math on how fast I'll burn through those 10 tails. And they're quietly making a pact that if Zhao San comes looking for trouble, they'll fight him off themselves, even if it kills them. By the time I finish all the eggs, it's dark. After dinner, the village soundtrack starts up, the usual chorus of creaking beds and muffled sounds from every direction. Su-Ching's face could light a fire. I look at Sienna. Ready for bed? She gives the tiniest, and I scoop her up. She curls into my chest, face burning hot. Be gentle, she whispers, her breath hitting my ear like a bomb. My brain short-circuits. Wife, here I come, clothes come off. What follows is, well, the poet said it best. Pick the flowers while they bloom. Don't wait until the branch is bare. Afterwards, Sienna lies on my arm, looking at me from inches away, feeling completely at peace. She thinks I'm wasteful, sure, but everything I do is for us, never just for myself. That's worth everything to her. Wife, I promise I'll give us all a good life, she hums softly, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Over the next few days, I make several more trips to buy food and eggs. I also complete the rotation. After Li Han and Sienna, little Su-Ching finally crosses the threshold from girl to woman. She's the thinnest of the three, but she has this freshness the other two don't. Like squeezing a peach and getting water. Being with her is the most relaxed I feel. Unfortunately, People in this era are too conservative for most of my creative ideas. Also, hygiene is a problem. So I behave. Then one morning, I get up early and check on my first batch of eggs. I peel away the sawdust and mud, examine the shells carefully, and grin. They're ready. I take them to the kitchen, peel the shells, and cut each one into neat slices. By the time Sienna and Su-Ching come out, there's a full plate of century eggs on the table. What I ask that? Su-Ching spots them immediately. Something delicious. Try one. She hesitates. She's a little glutton, but she's not reckless. So I pop a piece in my mouth first, close my eyes, and chew slowly. Oh yes, this is the taste. After days of nothing but bland porridge and boiled eggs, this hits different. Su-Ching grabs a piece and takes a bite. Her eyes go huge. Wow, this is so good. She shoves another piece in before she's even done chewing the first one. Husband, what I asked this crystal clear thing. Su-Ching shoves another piece in her mouth, barely chewing before reaching for the next. I look at Sienna instead. Can you guess? She smiles. Could this be this century egg you've been making? Su-Ching and Li Han's eyes go wide. This is the thing you buried in lime and ash? How can it taste this good? I peel another one in front of them. When the shell comes off, the egg inside gleams like amber, translucent, beautiful. Su-Ching looks at it like it's a gemstone. You made this with quicklime and wood ash? I nod and push the plate toward Li Han. Your turn. She doesn't hesitate. I've been forcing eggs on her for days now, so she's broken the habit of refusing food. She pops a piece in and freezes mid-chew. Eyes wide. Forgot how to use her jaw. Well, she swallows. Delicious. Now for the real test, Sienna. Su-Ching thinks everything is delicious. Li Han's approval means most regular people would like it. But Sienna grew up wealthy. She's eaten actual good food before. If SHE likes it, I'm golden. She hesitates. I can see her thinking about the lime and ash and sawdust. Then she scolds herself internally. She can practically hear her own voice saying, You've had a few good days, and now you're getting picky. She picks up a piece and chews. She stops moving. Chews again slowly. Then nods like crazy. It's amazing, yes. We're in business. I cut up a few more and let them feast. Su-Ching inhales hers like a vacuum. Li Han eats gracefully. Sienna, even after losing everything, still has that refined way of eating that makes watching her a pleasure. Then Sienna switches to business mode. Husband, how much are you planning to sell these for? I smile. What do you think? She puts down her chopsticks and does the math out loud. Eggs cost about 2 coins each. The lime, ash, sawdust, and tea water are basically free. So total cost per egg is under 2.5 coins. I nod. Not bad for a former rich girl. If we sell each century egg for 3 coins, that's half a coin profit per egg. 100 eggs a day means 50 coins. That's 1,500 coins a month, about 1.5 taels of silver. In a year, that's 18 taels. Li Han and Su-Ching's jaws hit the floor. Their entire families used to break their backs all year and couldn't make 10 taels. And I'm going to make 18 just from EGGS? Then Sienna's eyes narrow. But I'm sure husband isn't planning to make only half a coin per egg. Are you thinking 4 coins each? Or 5? Li Han and Su-Ching try to do the math on that and immediately short-circuit. Whatever the number is, it's beyond anything they've ever imagined. And more importantly, no more worrying about the head tax. Ever. I look at Sienna, impressed that she figured out my thinking so fast. But she's still underestimating me. Even at 5 coins each, that's only 2.5 coins profit per egg. 100 eggs a day, a full year, still less than 100 taels. If that's all I'm going to make, then what did I even transmigrate for? I hold up 5 fingers. I'm selling them for this much, Sienna smiles. 5 coins. Not bad. If we sell 100 a day, that's over 90 taels a year. Li Han and Su-Ching nearly pass out. 90 taels? They've never even seen that much money. I shake my head. No. 50 coins each. Dead silence. Then all 3 of them stare at me like I've grown a second head. 50? Sienna looks horrified. She grew up in a merchant family. She knows business. A normal good profit margin is 30%. Even at 5 coins per egg, that's already 100% markup. And I want to charge 20 times the cost? Su-Ching looks down at the piece of century egg she just picked up and slowly puts it back on the plate. I can see her doing math in her head. Each piece she ate was worth 7 or 8 coins. She ate at least 7 or 8 pieces. That's 60 or 70 coins she just swallowed in one meal. In a poor family, that's a month of careful spending. Her eyes fill with tears. Husband, I didn't know they were so valuable. I wouldn't have eaten so many if I'd known. Her voice cracks. Back at her old home, eating that much would have earned her a half-dead beating. I pat her head. Relax. I said I want to sell them for 50 coins. Whether anyone will actually pay that, who knows? Maybe I'll have to sell at a loss. Her eyes go wide. Then let's just sell them for 5 coins. I laugh. We don't get to decide the price. The market does. The market. The girls have stopped asking what my weird words mean. They've heard too many strange things from me this week. They've learned to just let it go. After breakfast, we're going to the county capital. I tell them that whether the price is 5 or 50, it's too expensive for the small town nearby. We need to find rich customers. Their faces light up like fireworks. Going to the county capital, most people in this era never leave their village their entire lives. For them, this is bigger than an international vacation. Su Qing is still looking sadly at her plate, so I put a century egg piece in front of her and Li Han. Our cost is 2.5 coins no matter what. Eating a few won't change anything. But don't eat them too often. They're not healthy in large amounts. Su Qing brightens up immediately. Li Han, though, pushes hers aside and eats something else. Why aren't you eating? Every egg I don't eat is one more husband can sell. Su Qing immediately puts hers down too. Me too. Save them for selling. I glare at both of them. Did you forget what I said? In this family, people are what matter. Money is worthless to me. Eat what I tell you to eat. Anyone who refuses gets divorced. They pick the eggs back up with tears sparkling in their eyes. My words sound harsh, but they feel the warmth behind them. After breakfast, I pack up all the finished century eggs, about 60-something, not quite 100, and we head for the county capital. It's over 50 li away. Takes us most of the day walking. The 3 girls handle the trip fine, but I'm dying. This body is pathetically weak. Li Han ends up carrying most of the eggs while I walk beside them practically empty-handed, gasping like an old man. I swear to myself, once I have money, I'm buying a horse and cart. Walking everywhere is going to kill me faster than any battlefield. Sienna used to live in the county capital before her family fell apart, so she guides us to the biggest marketplace. I'm looking around, taking everything in, when I notice a group of children with straw stuck in their hair. What are those kids doing? Sienna's voice goes flat. They're for sale. I stare. I know the expression, straw in the hair, means you're selling yourself. I've read about it. But seeing actual children standing there with price tags on their heads hits completely different. Seeing those kids with straw in their hair, waiting to be sold, it hits me hard. Nobody sells their children unless they're out of options. They're not even hoping for good money. They just want someone to feed their kids so they don't starve. Part of me wants to buy them all, but I don't have enough money, and even if I did, I can't save every suffering child in the world. The old saying runs through my head. When poor, take care of yourself. When rich, take care of the world. I take a deep breath. Suddenly 50 coins per century egg feels too low. The girls glance at the children, but say nothing. They know better than anyone how cruel this world is. Without me, their fate would have been worse. They have no right to pity others when they barely escaped themselves. We walk past. Li Han and Su Qing find a good spot in the market. Husband, should we sell here? It's the busiest area. I nod. Sure, go ahead. They set the basket down and wait. I sigh internally. If selling century eggs was as simple as standing in a market, I wouldn't need to be a transmigrator. But I keep quiet and let them try. Sure enough, someone approaches almost immediately. The girls look back at me. Don't look at me. You decide the price. They exchange glances. Li Han swallows hard. T10 coins each. She can't bring herself to say 50. And even at 10, the guy nearly chokes. 10 coins? For an EGG? You too insane. Then his eyes start crawling over Li Han and Su Qing in a way that makes my skin crawl. He lowers his voice. Tell you what. Come home with me, and I'll buy all your eggs for 3 coins each. Su Qing doesn't catch the hint. If you don't have enough money, we can wait for you to go get it. The guy sneers. I've got plenty of money. When I said come home with me, I meant come to my bed. You really that stupid? Both their faces go scarlet. They've been harassed before because of their looks, but nobody's ever been this blunt. Li Han snaps. If you're not buying, leave. 2 money losers acting all pure? Selling eggs at crazy prices. You must be desperate for cash. You're coming with me whether you like it or not. He didn't notice me and Sienna standing behind them. Or maybe he did, but didn't think we were together. I stepped forward. Coming with you? How about I give you two of something instead? I slap him across the face. Twice. Hard. He stumbles back, stunned. What the? You're hitting on my wives. I should kill you and it'd still be light punishment. He looks from Li Han to Su Qing, then sees Sienna holding my arm. All three of them mine. His jaw drops. Then he realizes he's clearly in the wrong and doesn't want to push his luck. Just you wait. I'm getting my people, he runs off. Not because he's scared of me. He's worried about who I might be. Any man bold enough to marry three money losers is either insane or powerful. After he leaves, a few curious people wander over asking about the eggs. Li Han and Su Qing explain they're century eggs, way better than regular eggs, amazing taste. But every single person walks away the moment they hear the price. Regular eggs at 2 coins are already a luxury. Who's going to pay more for something they've never heard of? As the sun starts setting without a single sale, Li Han and Su Qing look at me, desperate. Husband, what do we do? Sienna is watching me too, silently. She predicted this would happen. Pack up. We're not selling here. But this is the biggest market in the city. Exactly. And everyone here is a commoner who can't afford this. We're targeting the wrong customers. They finally understand. But now they're confused. If not here, where? I turn to Sienna. Where's the fanciest restaurant in the city? It's called the Immortal Pavilion. But it's not the kind of place just anyone can walk into. I grin. Perfect. That's exactly where we're going. Husband, the Immortal Pavilion isn't easy to get into. Sienna grabs my arm. People like us? We get thrown out before we even sat down. They judge by appearances. She's being polite. What she means is, we look like beggars and they'll treat us like beggars. Relax. Not only will we get through that door, I'll have them begging me to sell them my century eggs. I start walking. Sienna hesitates, then chases after me. Li Han and Su Qing follow, looking terrified. We arrive at the Immortal Pavilion. I'll admit, it looks impressive from outside. Li Han and Su Qing are gaping like fish. Sienna's been here before, so she's calm. She glances at me, expecting to see me intimidated. Instead, she catches a flicker of contempt in my eyes. Because honestly, I've been to 5-star hotels in my old life. This place is a shack compared to those. It's only the best because this is a small county capital. In a real city, nobody would look twice. I walk straight in. A few diners near the entrance spot my ragged clothes and immediately start complaining. Waiter, there's a beggar in here. Get him out. Disgusting. Ruining my appetite. A waiter rushes over and shoves me. Get out. This isn't a place for your kind. Disturb these gentlemen and I'll kill you. He pushes me right back through the door. Li Han and Su Qing glare at him furiously. He notices the 3 beautiful women behind me, raises an eyebrow, but doesn't care. Country bumpkins are country bumpkins, pretty or not. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Sienna steadies me. Husband, I wave her off. I'm fine. Then I straighten up and announce, go get your boss. Tell him I have the most delicious food in the world, and if he misses this chance, it's gone forever. The waiter bursts out laughing. You? A dirt farming peasant? The most delicious food in the world? Go piss in a puddle and look at yourself. You think you deserve to meet our manager? You. I smile. Then I slap him across the face so hard the sound echoes through the entire restaurant. Every head turns. The diners are suddenly very interested. Someone's picking a fight at the Immortal Pavilion? He must have a death wish. The last guy who caused trouble here got carried out on a stretcher. Bold kid. The waiter holds his cheek, shocked. You hit me, hit you? I also kick you. Before he can react, my foot connects with his chest and sends him flying back into the restaurant. He crashes onto the floor inside. Behind me, my 3 wives look like they're about to faint. Beating up Wu Lizhi was one thing. He came to US. This time I'm the one starting trouble. At the fanciest restaurant in the city. Husband. I ignore them and walk inside, scanning the room. My eyes land on a man in his 40s. He doesn't stand out at first glance, but there's a sharp intelligence in his eyes that separates him from every other person in here. I walk straight up to him. Manager, you need to discipline your staff. I came here to make you money, and your people are pushing the money out the door. He raises an eyebrow, intrigued. How did you know I'm the manager and not just the accountant? I grin. Got him. It's the presence. The moment I walked in, I could tell you were different from everyone else here. If a man of your caliber was just an accountant, This restaurant wouldn't deserve you. A small smile cracks his serious face. You said you're here to make me money. Explain. Behind me, the girls exhale. As long as he's willing to talk, we have a chance. I reach back, take a century egg from the basket, and hold it up. Manager, do you know what this is? Puffed. It's just a stupid egg. The waiter I slapped is still nursing his grudge. The manager smiles, but doesn't disagree. This is the best restaurant in the county. They can get any kind of egg, even swan eggs. What could I possibly have that special? I don't bother arguing. I just peel a century egg right in front of everyone. The room goes silent. The amber-colored, translucent egg gleams under the light like a jewel. Every single person in this restaurant is wealthy. They eat meat at every meal. They've seen rare foods from all over. But none of them have ever seen anything like this. What kind of egg is that? It looks like amber. It's too beautiful to eat. That would be a crime. Young man, how much? I'll buy it. People are standing up, craning their necks, practically climbing over each other to get a look. I hold it up with a smile. This is called an amber egg. Its nickname is century egg. As for price, not expensive at all. 100 coins. Behind me, my 3 wives nearly collapse. I told them 50. Now I just doubled it. In front of a room full of rich people. But before they can process it, someone shouts, I'll take it. Then the bidding war starts. 105, 120, 150. Within seconds, it's approaching 200 coins for one egg. Then a chubby guy pushes through the crowd and plants himself in front of me. Brother, 1 tael of silver. Sell it to me, please. He's looking at me like I'm holding the last piece of food on earth. Even the other diners are stunned. 1 tael of silver. That's what most commoners make in an entire year. For a single egg. I smile at him. Sir, I think there's been a misunderstanding. This isn't a collectible to put on your shelf. It's food. You eat it. Everyone freezes. Then it clicks. They were bidding like it was a rare artifact. But if it's food, there must be more of them. Which means the price shouldn't be nearly as high. The chubby guy looks disappointed. Something this beautiful is just food. Isn't that wasteful? I laugh. Beautiful or not, an egg is an egg. Even if it was a dragon egg or a phoenix egg, you'd still eat it the same way. That shuts everyone up. Dragons and phoenixes are sacred beasts in this world. Talking about eating their eggs like it's nothing takes some nerve. How do you cook it? The chubby guy asks. Many ways. Pan-fried, mixed with sauce, stir-fried, or boiled into porridge. Su Qing's eyes light up behind me. We only ate them plain this morning. If there are this many ways to prepare them. The manager speaks up. Could you show us? Mind if I use your kitchen? He gestures. Right this way. We head to the back kitchen. Me, the 3 girls, the manager, and the chubby guy who tagged along uninvited. The manager doesn't stop him, so I figure this, young Master Qian, must be an important customer. I check the available seasonings. Not much variety in this era, but enough. I take the peeled century egg, slice it into 8 pieces, arrange them on a small dish, and drizzle soy sauce over the top. Done. The manager and young Master Qian stare. That's it. Well, try it. The chubby guy grabs a piece with his bare hand and pops it in his mouth. His expression changes instantly. He chews fast, eyes going wide. Delicious. He reaches for another piece. The manager grabs his wrist. Young Master Qian, 1 piece to taste is enough. Young Master Qian rolls his eyes. It's 1 piece of egg. Don't be so stingy. But he stops. He figures he'll just buy a bunch to take home later. The manager picks up a piece with chopsticks, eats it carefully, and his composed face breaks into pure craving. Excellent. How many amber eggs do you have? The immortal pavilion will take all of them. Young Master Qian explodes. What do you mean all of them? What about me? He glares at the manager, then turns to me. Whatever he offers per egg, I'll pay 10 coins more. Behind me, my 3 wives are frozen with their mouths open. Sienna grew up wealthy, but even she's never seen people throw money around like this. But I can see the worry in her eyes too. The immortal pavilion supposedly has powerful backers, and this young Master Qian is clearly no ordinary person either. What happens when they eventually find out each century egg only costs 2.5 coins to make? Will they come for revenge? Manager Chiu tells Qian Heng he can eat century eggs at the immortal pavilion for free anytime, so there's no need to buy them all. Qian Heng snorts. That's fine while I'm here. But when I go back to the cap, back home, where am I supposed to eat them? He almost said, capital. Interesting. This guy might be from the imperial capital. Bigger fish than I thought. He turns to me. How many amber eggs do you have? I'll buy every single one. Li Han and Su Qing hold their breath. 50-something eggs at 100 coins each. That's 5 taels of silver in one shot. More money than they've seen in their entire lives. But I shake my head. Young Master Qian, these aren't a one-time deal. If you want to eat them, just come to the Immortal Pavilion. Manager Chio's face breaks into a huge smile. He was terrified I'd sell everything to Qian Heng and cut him out. The fact that I turned down instant cash to build a long-term partnership just won me serious points with him. Smart young man. He bows to me, then gets down to business. We'll take all the amber eggs. But the price, he trails off. He wants to negotiate down. Qian Heng rolls his eyes. Old Chio, you're spending your boss's money, not yours. Stop being so cheap, Chio sighs. Young master, you live carefree. You don't understand my boss's pressures. Qian Heng waves dismissively. Fine, I won't compete for the eggs. But from now on, every time I eat at the Immortal Pavilion, if you charge me 1 coin, I'll smash this place apart. Chio agrees, and Qian Heng backs off. Then I clear my throat. Before we talk price, there's something I need to say up front. Both of them tense up, thinking I'm about to raise the price. Amber eggs are delicious, but you shouldn't eat too many or too often. Eating large amounts over time can cause serious illness. Qian Heng jumps out of his chair. This thing can kill me. I calm him down quickly. Only if you overdo it. Same as lamb or red dates. Anything in excess is harmful. Just eat them every few days as a treat, and you'll be perfectly fine. He relaxes. Then he squints at me. Aren't you afraid old Chio will use that to push your price down? I shrug. Manager Chio said amber eggs are just icing on the cake for the Immortal Pavilion. He's half right. But for other restaurants, amber eggs could be their ticket to surpassing the Immortal Pavilion entirely. Chio frowns. You think one egg dish can threaten us? Just the cold-dressed version? No. But I told you, there are many ways to cook these. And amber eggs aren't the only thing I have. What else? Something called tofu. And tofu has dozens of different preparations. Chio's breath catches. Dozens? In this dynasty, most dishes have 3 or 4 variations at best. A single ingredient with dozens of recipes is unheard of. The amber eggs and this tofu. The Immortal Pavilion wants exclusive rights to both. I smile. Manager Chio, let's not rush. How about you take these sliced pieces out to the diners first? Let the market tell us what these are worth. Then we'll negotiate. He stares at me, stunned. I just pushed away money that was already in my mouth. But he's smart enough to understand. I'm not refusing to eat. I'm just making sure I get a much bigger meal. Fair enough, let the diners try it. But these few pieces won't be enough for everyone. Manager Chio agrees. He wants to see the reaction himself. He and Qian Heng liked it, but 2 people don't make a market. Sure, I say, but the second egg is full price. He pulls out a silver nugget worth about 130 coins without blinking. 1 egg just paid back the entire cost of making all my century eggs. Li Han and Su Qing's jaws drop. I notice Chio studying our faces. Li Han and Su Qing look shocked, but Xianer and I don't even blink at the silver. That tells him we're not complete nobodies, and my 100-coin asking price isn't unreasonable. He has his chef slice and dress the egg the way I showed them, then carries it out to the dining room. The reaction is instant. This is incredible. Manager Chio, how much per plate? Give me 3. Me too. 2 plates. Everyone's fighting over it. They each got 1 tiny sliver, just enough to go crazy wanting more. Chio rushes back. We'll take everything you have, but the price needs to come down. I smile and wait. 70 coins per egg? Even Sienna looks stunned. 70 is still a fortune for something that costs 2.5 coins to make. But I stay quiet, giving nothing away. Qian Heng scowls at Chio. 30 coins off in one shot? That's brutal. Chio reconsiders. 80. Final offer. I grin. Deal. Consider it the friends and family discount. Chio relaxes, but I can tell he feels like he got played. I agreed too fast. He's wondering if he could have gone lower. We count the remaining eggs, 48. At 80 coins each, that's 3,840 coins. I wave off the odd change and take 3 taels and 8/10 of silver. Li Han and Su Qing look like they're dreaming. I just made nearly 4 taels from eggs that cost me a little over 100 coins total. Manager Chio, after today the whole city will be talking about amber eggs. I'll bring you 100 tomorrow. Done. 100 eggs at 80 coins. That's 8 taels of silver per day. He doesn't flinch, because he knows he'll make even more reselling them to his wealthy customers. Before I leave, I show his chefs several more ways to prepare century eggs. They're all simple. The cooks learn them after watching once. Then I sign a supply contract with Chio. The eggs might only cost 2.5 coins to make, but with a contract in hand, he can't slash the price too drastically even if he finds out later. I walk out without looking back. Su Qing is bouncing off the walls. "Husband, you're amazing," stars in her eyes, the whole deal. I grin. When was I ever not amazing? Her eyes dart somewhere mischievous and she goes quiet. I smirk. "Tonight, it's your turn." Her face turns into a tomato. She's gotten used to it. Even started enjoying it. But saying it out loud in front of the others? Mortifying. Siener catches up to me, still worried. What if Manager Chio eventually discovers that amber eggs are just regular eggs coated in lime and ash, and that they only cost 2.5 coins? I shrug. Then we just make sure he doesn't find out. We spend the rest of the afternoon shopping in the city. I buy fabric and get a tailor to measure all 4 of us for new clothes. Now that I've proven I can make money, the girls don't fight me on it anymore. But they still nearly faint when they see how fast I spend. Within an hour, every coin I just earned is gone. Every single one. Watching me spend money is physically painful for my 3 wives. Siener silently swears to never let me touch the family budget again. After shopping, I hire a cart to haul everything home since I bought way too much for us to carry. The girls didn't want to spend money on a cart, but there was no other option. Back at Wu Family Village, I pull out a wild ginseng root and a small bag of grain from the pile. "What are you doing?" Siener asks. "Uncle Wu San gave us millet on our wedding day and protected us from Wu Lizzie. Now that we've made money, we can't forget him." She nods immediately. "You're right. We owe him." I walk to Uncle Wu San's house without hiding anything. People are going to find out I have money sooner or later. Doesn't matter if it's today or tomorrow. When I arrive, his family is eating dinner. Except, dinner is 2 bowls of wild vegetable soup that looks like slightly green water. No grain, no bran, not even husks. Just weeds boiled in water. His wife, third aunt, is slumped over her bowl, barely able to lift the spoon. If you hadn't given so much millet to Chu Bai, we wouldn't be drinking grass soup every day. Uncle Wu San sighs. Old Master Chu helped our family plenty when he was alive. Giving a wedding gift was the right thing to do. Third aunt doesn't argue. She agreed to it at the time. She just didn't expect her body to break down this fast. A few extra days of nothing but wild herbs, and she's gotten noticeably weaker. Uncle Wu San's head snaps up. Someone's coming. I walk in with my arms full. "Uncle." "Annie." Eating dinner. He sees what I'm carrying and frowns. "What's this about?" "I heard Annie hasn't been feeling well." I picked up some ginseng in the city to help her recover. They both freeze. In their minds, I can barely feed myself and my 3 wives. And now I'm showing up with ginseng? A root this size costs at least 2 or 3 taels of silver. The millet Uncle Wu San gave me was worth maybe a dozen coins. He can't accept a gift worth 200 times more than what he gave. Absolutely not. This is too expensive. I knew he'd react this way. "Uncle, it's not free. I need your help with something." He tenses up. "What kind of help?" "I made a product called amber eggs. I've already got a deal with the Immortal Pavilion in the city, 100 eggs a day. But the county capital is too far for me to walk every single day. I need you or your son to make the delivery run for me and bring the payment back." He visibly relaxes. He thought I was going to ask him to kill somebody. Turns out it's just deliveries. "That's nothing. I'll do it. But take the ginseng back." "Come on, uncle. I didn't buy this from a pharmacy. I got it from a hunter at the market. It was way cheaper than you'd think." "That's half true. I did buy it from a hunter. Pharmacies mark up ginseng insanely, so hunters often try selling at markets first. But it still cost me 1.5 taels. Not exactly pocket change." He's still hesitating, so I push harder. "Uncle, forget about yourself. Think about Annie. She's getting worse every day. If she keeps eating nothing but wild greens, she might not make it through winter." That hits him right where it hurts. He knows it's true. At this rate, she might not even last 2 more months. He clenches his fist. "Fine, but tell me how much it cost." "I'll pay you back. 1 tael," I say. I paid 1.5, but he doesn't need to know that. Deal. 1 tael is a lot for him, but not as much as his wife's life. I hand him the grain bag too. "And take this. If you and your son are going to be running to the city for me every day, you need to eat properly. Can't deliver on an empty stomach. Uncle Wu-sen looks at the grain I brought, and I can tell he's fighting back emotions. He gave me 2 cups of millet, and I show up with all this plus ginseng. All right, my boy and I will come to your place tomorrow morning and head to the city early. Hold on, uncle. This isn't a one-time thing. It's every day, and it takes a big chunk of time. So I want to pay you and your son 1 tael of silver per month. Both of them look like I just slapped them. Most families around here don't make 1 tael in an entire year. Even city workers don't earn this much. That's way too much. It's just delivering goods. I explained that these amber eggs are worth serious money, so I'm not just paying for delivery. I'm paying for protection too. Uncle Wu-san was a soldier. If bandits show up on the road, he can handle them. Hiring a proper escort service would cost way more. He keeps arguing that it's too much. But he can't out-talk me. Eventually he gives in. Funny thing, in my old life, everyone tried to squeeze out as much money as possible. This man keeps begging me to pay him less. Next morning, I'm still half asleep when Li Han shakes me awake. Husband, Uncle Wu-san and his son are here. It's barely dawn. These 2 are already at my door. I stumble outside yawning. You said you needed us to deliver to the city. It's a long walk, so we figured we'd leave early, Uncle Wu-san says. Did you eat breakfast? He starts to nod, but his stomach growls loud enough for everyone to hear. I turn around. Wife, cook for 2 more. Li Han calls back from the yard right away. Uncle Wu-san tries to refuse, but I drag him and his son inside. 1 meal is nothing. You can't walk 50 li on an empty stomach. Seeing my 3 gorgeous wives all in one place makes them both awkward. Especially Wu-er. He's married with kids, but he's never been in a room with this many beautiful women at once. He keeps his eyes glued to his rice bowl the entire meal. They demolish a huge pot of rice between them. Wu-er keeps glancing at the empty pot, and I feel bad. Sorry, that's my fault. I should have had more cooked. You're a big guy. You need more food. He waves his hands frantically. No, it's plenty. I just haven't had white rice in so long. I couldn't help myself. He's used to working for landlords who complained about how much he ate. Nobody ever cared if he was full. And here I am apologizing for not making enough. I tell Li Han to cook more. She comes out with another pot. She already anticipated this. The city is far. I was worried they wouldn't want to stop and eat on the road, so I made extra. Smart woman. I nod. Good thinking, wife. Li Han blushes and quietly packs the extra rice into a bundle for their trip. They grab the 100th-century eggs and head out. I go back to bed. By noon, they're already back. Uncle Wu-sen hands me the money, and his hands are slightly trembling. Chu. Young Master Chu. This is the silver from the immortal pavilion manager. When Manager Chiu handed them 8 taels of silver for a basket of eggs, they nearly had a heart attack. For country people, 8 taels is a fortune. And I trusted them to carry it? What if they just run off? I thought about that, actually. But in the original owner's memories, Uncle Wu-san and his son are solid people. And honestly, if 8 taels is enough to reveal someone's true character, that's a cheap price to pay. Now that they know my eggs sell for 8 taels a day, their whole attitude has shifted. Not in a greedy way, they're just more nervous around me. They've even upgraded my name from Chu Bai to Young Master Chu. I take the silver with a smile. Uncle, please just call me Chu Bai like before, he nods. He's a man who's seen the world. The only reason he's this stiff is because of the ginseng. He feels like he owes me too much. Uncle Wu-sen feels uneasy owing me favors. It's worse than death for a man like him. But he can't refuse, because his wife needs that ginseng to survive the winter. I pull out a silver piece worth about 1 tael. Uncle, this is your first month's wages. For you and your son. They both stare at it, but won't take it. They've only done 1 delivery. Most employers drag their feet on paying. And here I am handing over a full month up front. What if we quit halfway? You'd lose the money. I laugh. If I can't trust you too, who can I trust? Your wife needs medicine. Take it. I shove the silver into his hand. He gives in. After they leave, I hand the rest of the silver to Siener. You're not mad at me for paying Uncle Wu-san so much so early, she shakes her head. Without him, we would have gone hungry our very first night. We know who the good people are. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of repayment. You did the right thing. Li Han and Su Qing nod. They'll scold me for wasting money on plenty of things, but not this. Then I grab a small piece of silver back. I need to get some millstones made. We already have millstones, Sienna says. Not the right kind. You'll see. I go to town and commission a craftsman to make smaller, specialized grinding stones. I pay generously, and he delivers them the next day. That morning, I pull out the soybeans I bought yesterday and soaked overnight. The girls crowd around, baffled. Husband, what are you doing? Nobody grinds soybeans. Millstones are for wheat, sorghum, grain. Never beans. Making tofu. Tofu. I pour the soaked beans into the grinding hole and hand Lihan a ladle of water. When I turn, pour water in slowly. I start grinding. White liquid, soy milk, flows out of the stone edges and trickles into a wooden bucket below. Su Qing is instantly locked in. What I ask that? Soy milk. Boil it and you can drink it. Her eyes light up like lanterns. She grabs the bucket and practically runs to the kitchen. Within minutes, the smell of hot soy milk fills the whole yard. Su Qing is standing over the pot, face inches from the surface, looking like she wants to dive in. I stir, skim off the foam, and when it boils, I scoop out a ladle for her. It's hot. Blow on it first. She nods like a little bird pecking seed and takes it with both hands. Watching her makes me smile. Honestly, I don't care much about getting rich. I just want the people closest to me to be happy every day. Next, I lay the finest steamer cloth I could find over a bamboo basket and filter the soy milk through it. I couldn't find proper cheesecloth anywhere, so steamer cloth has to do. Once the pulp is separated, I bundle it up and press out the extra moisture with a stick. Now for the tricky part, setting the tofu. There are two ways, brine or gypsum. Brine needs salt, and salt in this dynasty costs a fortune. Even the village chief guards his tiny salt block like it's gold. So I went to the Taoist temple yesterday. Taoists are obsessed with alchemy, and alchemy uses gypsum. I sweet-talked a priest into giving me a small piece. I crush it into gypsum water, then slowly pour it into the hot soy milk while stirring. When it feels right, I stop. Now we wait. Right before our eyes, the liquid starts thickening and solidifying. The girls watch, completely mesmerized. Wow, Su Qing squeals as the soy milk starts turning solid right before our eyes. None of them have ever seen anything like this. Liquid becoming solid just from adding gypsum water? In this era, that might as well be magic. Even Sienna and Li Han are staring with wide eyes. What we're looking at now is actually tofu pudding, not quite tofu yet, but absolutely edible. Can we eat it now? Su Qing is practically vibrating. This isn't tofu yet, but sure, I'll make you some tofu pudding. Tofu pudding? 3 pairs of eyes go huge. First soy milk, now tofu pudding? How many secrets are hiding inside one bag of beans? I scoop some into bowls for everyone, then grab the sesame paste and soy sauce I bought in the city a few days ago. A drizzle of each. Then I ask, anyone here not eat cilantro? Li Han and Su Qing shake their heads. They grew up poor. They'll eat anything. But Sienna waves it off. I don't eat it. Good. I don't love it either. I add cilantro to 2 bowls for Li Han and Su Qing and leave it out of mine and Sienna's. Try it. I take the first bite. They follow immediately. Silky, smooth, rich. All 3 of them freeze with their spoons halfway to their mouths. Husband, this is incredible, Sienna gasps. But honestly, I'm not that impressed with my own work. Compared to the old tofu shop near my apartment back home, this is nothing. And I'm a spicy food person. I desperately need chili peppers, but they haven't reached this dynasty yet. The closest thing is Juyu, a kind of peppery berry popular in the Sichuan region, but I couldn't find any at the county market. As long as you like it, that's what matters. Sienna notices my mood. Something wrong? I shake my head. There's actually a sweet version of tofu pudding too. I'll make it for you sometime. Then you can decide if salty or sweet is better. Li Han immediately objects. Even the cheapest black sugar costs over 100 coins per pound. That's too expensive, I scoff. Black sugar? That stuff barely counts as sugar. One day I'll show you what real sugar looks like. Sienna's eyes widen. You can refine sugar too? Of course. Easy. If I could make proper white sugar, the profits would blow century eggs out of the water. But this county is too small and poor to support that kind of luxury product. Plus, something that valuable would attract dangerous attention. The 3 of them stare at me like I'm from another planet. They remember me introducing myself as White Fool. A fool who can make century eggs, tofu, soy milk, tofu pudding, and apparently refined sugar. I catch their looks and feel a little proud. Every man wants to be a hero to his wives. If not a hero, At least a man worth admiring. Actually, forget one day. Tomorrow I'll have Uncle Wu-san bring back some black sugar from the city, and I'll perform a magic trick for you, turning black sugar into white sugar. A miracle, really. Yes, all three of them light up. Only Sienna has ever tasted sugar candy before. Li Han and Su Qing had black sugar once or twice as children and can barely remember what sweet tastes like. The soy milk in the mold has solidified nicely. I wrap it in cloth, press it with a heavy weight to squeeze out the water, and set it aside. By tomorrow morning, we'll have real tofu. I dust off my hands, feeling good. First time making tofu, and everything went smoothly. And here's the beautiful thing about tofu. Century eggs are just century eggs. But tofu? You can fry it, stew it, pan-sear it, deep fry it, turn it into dried tofu, stinky tofu, tofu pudding, tofu skin, soy milk. Dozens upon dozens of dishes from one simple ingredient. Tofu might be the greatest invention in the history of Chinese food, and I'm about to introduce it to an entire dynasty that's never tasted it. Next morning, I'm up early to check on my tofu. It's perfectly set, firm, white, beautiful. I cut a block and make the simplest dish I can think of for breakfast. Chopped scallions over cold tofu with seasonings. Plus egg noodles on the side. The girls love it. Well, Su Qing actually says she liked yesterday's tofu pudding better. Fair enough, different tastes. I'll just make her extra tofu pudding from now on. Feed that brain of hers. Uncle Wu-san and his son show up right after breakfast. They ate at home first this time. Yesterday they came hungry and I dragged them in to eat. So today they made sure to avoid that. Perfect timing. I just made tofu. Take some home and try it. I cut them a big piece before they can argue. They stare at the white block in their hands, completely lost. I explain a few ways to cook it, stew it, blanch and dress it with scallions, and more I'll teach them later. Uncle Wu-san starts refusing, but I point at the pile of tofu I made. I made too much. It'll go bad if we don't eat it all. You'd be helping me not waste food. That gets him. They take the tofu home, drop it off, then head to the city with today's century eggs. Li Han asks worriedly, "What if we really can't eat all this tofu?" I grin. "We can turn leftovers into stinky tofu, dried tofu, fermented tofu. Nothing goes to waste." But you just told Uncle Wu-san it would be wasted. If I didn't say that, would he have taken it? She gets it. Her eyes go soft. If I'm this thoughtful with outsiders, she knows I'll be even better to them. At noon, Uncle Wu-san and his son return with the silver from today's century eggs and 3 pounds of black sugar I asked them to pick up. Time for the show. Ladies, watch me perform a miracle. I find some yellow clay dirt, mix it with water into a muddy slurry. Then I heat up the big pot and dump in all 3 pounds of black sugar. 300 coins worth of sugar, melting into syrup. Wife, pour the mud in. All 3 of them freeze. I'm about to dump dirt into 300 coins of sugar? Hurry. If the sugar burns, then it's wasted. Sienna speaks up. Husband may be reckless with money, but he never ruins things for no reason. Do it. Li Han grabs the bucket and pours the mud into the sugar syrup. I switch from a wooden spatula to a stick and stir hard, mixing everything together. Then I pour the whole mess into a funnel lined with straw and set over 2 layers of cloth. The dark sugar residue slowly drips down through the funnel. And at the top, little by little, white crystals start appearing. White sugar. Su Qing's eyes nearly pop out of her skull. I told them I could do this. They didn't fully believe me. But now they're watching black sugar transform into white sugar right before their eyes. The trick is called the yellow clay bleaching method. Clay has natural absorption properties. It soaks up the dark impurities in raw sugar. Remove those, and what's left is pure white sugar. Ancient Chinese sugar makers supposedly discovered this by accident when a mud wall collapsed into a sugar vat. While the sugar finishes separating, I grind more soybeans and boil a fresh pot of soy milk. Once the white sugar crystals are ready, I stir a spoonful into the hot soy milk and take a sip. Pure happiness. Thank God I read all those historical novels in my old life. Half the transmigrator survival skills I learned from them are actually paying off. Without them, I'd be mourning sweet soy milk for the rest of my days in this world. The girls try the sweetened soy milk, and their faces melt into bliss. Sienna looks at me, amazed. Husband, the white sugar you made is even sweeter than the sugar candy sold in stores. How is that possible? I explained to Sienna that sugar candy sold in stores isn't pure sugar. It has other stuff mixed in, which is why my white sugar tastes sweeter. Su Qing pipes up. Is it like how bread mixed with sorghum flour isn't as good as pure wheat bread? Exactly. My clever little wife, she turns red and ducks her head. Sienna gets to the real question. If your white sugar is better than sugar candy, it must be worth even more, right? Sugar candy sells for about 1 string of coins per pound. Your white sugar should be at least 12 or 1,300 coins. Li Han and Su Qing do the math in their heads. I just used 3 pounds of black sugar, about 300 coins worth. Got roughly 1.5 pounds of white sugar out of it, plus some red sugar as a byproduct that nearly covers the cost of the black sugar on its own. So basically, 2,000 coins of profit from 300 coins of materials. Century eggs have a higher profit ratio, but each egg earns less than 100 coins. White sugar earns over 1,000 coins per pound. The raw numbers are terrifying, but I shake my head at Sienna's estimate. She blinks. You want to sell it cheaper? Undercut sugar candy to grab market share fast. I shake my head again. Her eyes go wide as a crazy thought hits her. You think 1 string of coins per pound is too low? Correct. I remind them about the century eggs. When we called them eggs, nobody cared. When I called them amber eggs, people were throwing money at us. Naming matters. Presentation matters. Sienna catches on. You want to give the sugar a fancy name too? It's clear as crystal. How about crystal sugar? Not bad, but we're not selling it yet. This batch is just for us. Why not sell it? An innocent man carrying jade invites robbery. Sienna gets it instantly. The profits are too massive. If anyone found out how cheap white sugar is to make, they'd kill to steal the method. We'll keep the secret, husband. Not a word to anyone. I wave it off. Even if someone sees the sugar, just tell them we bought it from Western merchants. Information travels slow in this era. Nobody can verify that. They nod. Smart enough not to push for more details. But Sienna can't resist one more question. When you do sell it eventually, how much per pound? I think about it. How does 30 taels sound? All 3 of them nearly faint. 30 taels per pound. The cost is about 150 coins, roughly 1/6 of a tael. I want to charge 200 times that. If they hadn't already seen me pull off the century egg miracle, they'd think I was insane. Su Qing stares at her soy milk. The soy milk she just dumped a big spoonful of white sugar into. If 1 pound costs 30 taels, how much was that 1 spoonful worth? She might have to sell herself to pay for it. Sienna recovers first. 30 taels? In this small county, probably the whole dynasty doesn't have enough people who can afford that. I smile. How do you know how many rich people exist in this dynasty? She pauses. Think of white sugar as the ultimate luxury good. Only the most powerful officials and wealthiest nobles get to taste it. Do you think those people care about price? She slowly nods, starting to understand. Then Su Qing bursts into tears. White sugar is a luxury only for the rich and powerful. And she just ate a whole bunch of it? What's going to happen to her? Su Qing is sobbing because she thinks she needs to be sold to pay for all the white sugar she just ate. Poor girl. I pretend to be serious. So where should I sell you? She stammers, unable to speak. Well, times are tough, but a pretty girl like you could fetch a nice price at a brothel. Her eyes go huge. Tears pour out. She squats down and buries her face in her knees. I don't want to go to the brothel. Okay. I went too far with that joke. Sienna rescues me. She pulls Su Qing up gently. Silly girl. When has husband ever been stingy with food? He's teasing you again. Su Qing blinks through her tears. Really? I jump in immediately. Of course. You're way too pretty to sell. She goes from crying to beaming in half a second. Like the sun coming out after rain. Sienna gives me a look. That's unfair, husband. Only Qing'er is pretty. What about Li Han and me? Pretty. All of you. Gorgeous. Then she goes for the kill shot. So who's the most beautiful? Li Han and Su Qing immediately turn to stare at me. Great. The death question. On day 10 of my marriage. You're all the most beautiful, and each in your own way. Sienna is graceful and composed. Li Han is gentle and kind. Qing'er is lively and charming. If I lost any one of you, I couldn't go on living. Li Han and Su Qing light up like lanterns. Sienna narrows her eyes. She sees right through my diplomatic answer, but she lets it slide. A husband needs his dignity. Right in the middle of our happy little moment, a figure appears at the gate. Brother, I'm here, Zhao-san. He walks right into the yard, spots my 3 wives, and his eyes go completely straight. He's drooling internally. These women are prettier than the top girls at any brothel he's ever visited. My wives instinctively back away. They remember what happened with Wu Lizhi. I step in front of them. What do you want? Zhao San snaps out of it. It's been over 10 days, brother. How did Grandpa's birthday banquet go? All right. The fake grandfather's fake birthday. The story I made up to steal his porcelain vase. He's been waiting all this time, hoping to latch onto my powerful grandpa, like a parasite. What's the rush? If the banquet was over, I would have told you, he frowns. You said 10-ish days. You said you'd introduce me to Grandpa if he liked the vase. You're not going back on your word, are you? Time to stop pretending. Vase? What vase? I don't know what you're talking about. His jaw drops. You're cheating me. I look at him like he's dirt on my shoe. When you con me out of over 10 taels of silver with nothing but sweet talk. Was that cheating? You can dish it out, but you can't take it? His face twists. So you're really going to burn this bridge? My 3 wives line up behind me. They're scared, but they're ready to fight if it comes to it. I look him up and down. Burn the bridge? You're not even worth a bridge. He's a gambling addict who skips meals half the time. I eat well every single day. Meat, eggs, rice. If we fight, it's not even close. He knows it too. He's furious, but he backs down. You'll pay for this. Mark my words. He turns to leave, and right before he goes, his eyes land on the white sugar sitting on the table. His eyes go red. What's that? Zhao San's breathing gets heavy the second he spots the white sugar. I follow his gaze casually. That? White sugar. 30 taels per pound. His breath literally stops for a second. I keep going, pointing around the yard. Those white blocks are tofu. And those amber-colored things are amber eggs. The ones selling for 100 coins each in the city. His brain explodes. He didn't know what tofu was, but amber eggs? Those have been the talk of the entire county for days. The Immortal Pavilion's hottest new item, impossible to get, absurdly expensive. He wanted to try one, but couldn't afford it. And here in my yard sit hundreds of them. Plus white sugar worth 30 taels a pound. His eyes are about to fall out of his skull. Seen enough? Then get lost. He's seething. The village idiot who used to be his personal ATM is now looking down on him, but he's too scared to do anything. Between the amber eggs, the white sugar, and my imaginary powerful grandfather, he can't figure out what he's dealing with. He throws out one last, "You'll pay for this," and scurries away. Once he's outside our gate, I know he's staring back with greedy eyes. But he won't act yet. Too much he doesn't understand. He probably thinks my grandfather really is some powerful figure. After all, what kind of fool eats 30 tael sugar unless he has serious backing? But he also thinks I'm the fool, because I just showed him everything. Doesn't even know the concept of hiding your wealth? Sooner or later, trouble will find me. Siener watches him go, worried. Wasn't it dangerous telling him about the sugar and century eggs? What if he tells people? I smile. The century egg secret won't stay hidden much longer anyway. And do you know what I've been doing in the mountains these past few days? She blinks. Right. I've been sneaking off to the hills in my free time. Since the girls learned how to make century eggs and Uncle Wu Sen handles deliveries, I've had nothing to do. So I built myself a bow based on compound bow designs from my old life. After a few days of practice, I can hit anything within 10 meters. If someone comes looking for trouble, they might not like the welcome they get. Still, Siener suggests asking Uncle Wu San to stay nearby for a couple days, just in case. I agree. Short-term protection makes sense. She's also sharp enough to predict that if Zhao San is going to retaliate, it'll be within the next day or two. That's his pattern. Instant revenge or no revenge. Meanwhile, Zhao San is stomping away from my house, head spinning with images of my 3 beautiful wives and all that wealth. He's heading for the brothel to blow off steam when he runs into Wu Sihai, Wu family village's village chief and biggest landowner. Well, if it isn't brother Zhao San. Here to con the fool again, Zhao San's blood boils at the reminder of his humiliation, but Wu Sihai is way too powerful to antagonize. Then an idea hits him. Oh, Chu Bai's no fool anymore. Village chief, have you tried amber eggs? Wu Sihai puffs up his chest. Naturally, he's lying. He's never even seen one. But a village chief can't admit ignorance. Zhao San leans in close. Then you know the Immortal Pavilion only gets 100 per day, and they're incredibly expensive. Well, I just saw hundreds of them in Chu Bai's yard. Wu Sihai's eye twitches when Zhao San tells him about the hundreds of amber eggs in my yard. He can't believe it. The village idiot? The same fool who got scammed out of everything? He has hundreds of amber eggs that even the village chief can't afford? You sure you saw right? He told me himself. I think he's the one making them. Zhao Sen scares himself with his own theory. But then the gears start turning in his greasy little brain. If I'm selling 100 amber eggs a day to the immortal pavilion, that's only about 10 taels. Good money, but not 30-tael white sugar money. So where's the real wealth coming from? Grandpa. It must be Grandpa. The white sugar, the amber egg recipe, all from my mysterious, powerful grandfather. Zhao Sen convinces himself all over again that everything I have rightfully belongs to him, because it all started with that porcelain vase he gave me. Wu Sihai doesn't notice Zhao San's inner meltdown. He's too busy doing his own scheming. Last time he saw me, I was the village fool who married 3 money losers. He wrote me off as dead within weeks. Now he's hearing that the hottest product in the entire county comes from Manhwa House. Whoever controls the amber egg recipe owns a money printing machine. Zhao Sen slides up to Wu Sihai's ear. Village chief. Want the recipe? How? You're the village chief. You've got authority. Scaring a fool into handing over a recipe should be child's play. Wu Sihai's eyes spin. He's technically not a real government official. Village chief is barely above commoner. But the villagers don't know that. Especially a fool like me. What do you want out of this? Wu Sihai asks. 50-50 split on everything we sell. Wu Sihai laughs in his face. You want half? Look in a mirror first. Zhao Sen swallows his pride. A landowner can insult him all day. That's just how the world works. Fine, just give me a copy of the recipe. Wu Sihai agrees immediately. He has zero intention of sharing anything with Zhao Sen. Once he has the recipe, what's a broke gambler going to do about it? Nothing. Go home and wait. I'll send someone with the recipe once I have it. Zhao Sen sees through this instantly. Actually, village chief, let me come with you. If Chu Bai denies everything, I can be your witness. Wu Sihai pauses. The rat has a point. Fine, he'll bring Zhao Sen along and have his thugs throw him out once the recipe is secured. All right, let's go together. They head for my house. Zhao Sen leads the way, bowing and scraping to Wu Sihai the entire time. When they reach my gate, Zhao Sen kicks it open with one big dramatic bang. The rotting door crashes to the ground. Everyone in the yard jumps. I look up and see Zhao Sen strutting back in, looking 10 times cockier than when he left 20 minutes ago. This idiot came back. And he brought help? Sure enough, Zhao Sen glances at me with pure contempt, then turns around and bows to someone behind him. Right this way, village chief. I've opened the door for you. Wu Sihai walks in with several mean-looking hired thugs flanking him. I put the pieces together in about 2 seconds. Zhao Sen saw my amber eggs and white sugar, bumped into Wu Sihai on his way out, and told him everything. Since Zhao Sen can't take me on himself, he brought the biggest bully in the village to do it for him. Wu Sihai walks into my yard, looks around, and I can see him mentally appraising everything, including my wives. The girls look way better now than on wedding day. New clothes, regular meals, a few weeks of rest. Wu Sihai's eyes linger on them a bit too long for my comfort. He cuts straight to business. I hear the amber eggs at the Immortal Pavilion are your creation. I don't bother denying it. That's right. His breathing speeds up. He didn't expect me to just admit it. Good. Then you know that under DU law, all goods sold must be taxed at 10%. Have you been paying? Zhao Sen puffs up behind him, looking smug. Clever move. Hit me with taxes first. I frown. He's actually got me for a second. I've only been here 2 weeks, and I don't know much about this dynasty's tax laws. The original owner's memories are useless on this topic. But Siener steps forward like she's been waiting for exactly this moment. DU law sets the tax rate at 1 in 30, not 1 in 10. Furthermore, when the current emperor took the throne, he issued a decree eliminating the city entry tax and private merchant tax for farmers to help the people recover. Village Chief Wu, are you defying an imperial decree? Trying to damage His Majesty's reputation? Wu Sihai physically flinches. Defying the emperor is a charge that could get his entire family executed 9 generations deep. He can't touch that. I stare at Siener with pure admiration. This woman is a weapon. Zhao Sen rushes to Wu Sihai's side and whispers, forget the tax angle. We're here for the recipe. Wu Sihai regroups and tries a new approach. Fine, no tax. But the amber egg is a national treasure of great importance. Hand over the recipe so I can present it to the county magistrate, who will forward it to the emperor himself. I burst out laughing. These two idiots want my recipe, and they're wrapping it in patriotic nonsense? The old Chu Bai might have fallen for this. I'm not him. Get out. You dare. Get out. Other people might fear Wu Sihai, but I don't. He's a village chief, a position he bought. It's not even a real government post. He couldn't get a meeting with the county magistrate's secretary, let alone the emperor. He's nobody. Wu Sihai's face darkens. So you want the hard way? Boys, beat him. Break something. I'll take responsibility. In his mind, I'm a fatherless fool with no protection. Nobody will care if I get hurt. My 3 wives immediately jump in front of me, forming a human shield. You want to hurt our husband? Go through US first. Nobody touches him, Zhao Sen sneers. Hiding behind women now, Chu Bai. I push the girls aside and step forward. Who's hiding? They're standing in front of me because they love me. You wouldn't know anything about that. Wu Sihai is done talking. Beat him half to death and grab the women. He'll talk then. I can see it in his eyes. This isn't just about the recipe anymore. He's looking at my wives like prizes he's going to collect. Keep them as concubines. Sell them to the brothel when he gets bored. The classic playbook. His thugs charge at me. These aren't like Zhao San or Wu Lizhi. They're professional muscle, well-fed, strong. I glance behind them and shout, Uncle Wu San? What are you doing here? Every single one of them turns to look. Oldest trick in the book. I grab a wooden stick and smash the nearest thug before he can turn back around. One down. Now I just need to hold off the rest. You 3, go get help. Now, Su Qing and Li Han want to stay and fight, but Xiener grabs them both and pulls them toward the gate. We can't be a burden to him. The only way to help is to bring reinforcements. She's right. Dying beside me is romantic, but useless. Getting Uncle Wu San is what saves us all. I'm holding off the thugs with my stick while Xiener leads Li Han and Su Qing toward the gate. But Zhao Sen jumps in their way, arms spread wide, grinning. Where do you ladies think you're going? Xiener and Su Qing freeze in terror. But Li Han, my supposedly cursed, delicate little widow, steps right in front of them. This woman has dealt with creeps before. When you're a young widow, scumbags come crawling out of the woodwork. But none of them ever got anywhere with her. She's the type who grabs a hoe and swings first. Zhao Sen sneers. You want to go first, Death Star? Nah, keep yourself for the fool. I want those too. He tries to push past her towards Xiener and Su Qing. The second he passes her, crack. Li Han found a hoe somewhere and smashed the back of his head. He turns around, confused. She smashes him again. Thud. He drops face first into the dirt, unconscious. Xiener and Su Qing stare at Li Han in shock. But there's no time for applause. You 2 go find Uncle Wu San. I'll help husband. Li Han grabs the hoe and runs toward me. Meanwhile, I'm in a standoff with the remaining thugs, gripping my stick, circling constantly. The stick keeps them at bay, but I can't actually swing it without leaving an opening. And this kind of tension burns through stamina fast. Wu Sihai sees Zhao Sen knocked out by a money loser and loses face completely. Someone stop those women. The rest of you, get him now. If someone dies, it's on me. He genuinely doesn't care if I die. Out here in the countryside, the emperor's law barely reaches. As village chief, he can cover up a murder easily. Just report that I starved to death at tax time. Done. One thug peels off to block Xiener and Su Qing. The others close in on me from all sides. Even with Li Han and her hoe, we're outnumbered. Then I spot movement at the gate. Uncle Wu San, you're here? The thugs don't even flinch. I used this trick already. They think I'm bluffing again. 2 of them suddenly hear whine behind their heads. They spin around just in time to see fists the size of sandbags flying at their faces. Boom, boom. 2 thugs fly backwards like broken kites and hit the ground hard. Uncle Wu San is standing there, fists raised, looking like a war god. My jaw drops. I knew the man was a former soldier, but those punches? That was something else entirely. The remaining thugs shrink back immediately. They know Uncle Wu San personally. Years ago they tried to bully him and got the beating of their lives. He just doesn't advertise it. What are you standing around for? Get him, Wu Sihai screams, humiliated. The 2 remaining thugs look at each other, then look at Uncle Wu San. They start to charge forward, and Uncle Wu San fixes them with one look. Just one look, and their legs turn to jelly. They freeze in place. Uncle Wu San turns to check on me. Seeing I'm unharmed, he faces Wu Sihai calmly. Village chief, what exactly did this boy do to deserve you bringing armed men to beat him? Wu Sihai's eyes narrow. Stay out of this, Wu San. Old Master Chu was kind to my family. How could I stay out of it? Wu Sihai glares, but can't come up with a comeback. He knows what Uncle Wu San is capable of. The man trained under some powerful military figure and learned serious combat skills. All of Wu Sihai's thugs combined probably couldn't take him. But Wu Sihai isn't ready to give up. He stares at Uncle Wu San for a long moment, then flicks his eyes toward the two thugs standing behind Uncle Wu San's back, giving them a silent signal. Two thugs creep up behind Uncle Wu San, ready to attack. I'm about to shout a warning, but the man doesn't even need it. He grinds his foot on the ground, and a stick flies backward into their shins. Both of them crash to the floor. My jaw drops. Every time I think I've figured out how strong Uncle Wu San is, he goes up another level. Even Wu Sihai looks shaken. Years ago, he tried to hire Uncle Wu San as a bodyguard, and the man turned him down, claiming he wasn't that skilled and his right hand was too damaged. That was not that skilled. I'm starting to think his retirement from the military wasn't just about a hand injury. There's something else going on with this man. All of Wu Sihai's thugs are on the ground now. His face turns ugly. Wu San, do you want me to raise your rent? Or would you rather lose your lease entirely? This is Wu Sihai's real power. Uncle Wu San only has one tiny plot of land, not enough to feed his family. He rents the rest from Wu Sihai. Expensive rent, backbreaking taxes, barely enough food to survive. But without that rented land, he can't even pay his head tax. He'd have to sell everything and become a drifter. Wu Sihai smirks, waiting for Uncle Wu San to fold. Fine. After this season's harvest, I'm done renting your land. Wu Sihai blinks. Uncle Wu San has never said that before. He always came begging for the lease. You think attaching yourself to Chu Bai will save you? How much can he possibly pay you? Enough to feed your family. That's no longer your concern. Uncle Wu San says quietly. What happens to my family from now on has nothing to do with you. Wu Sihai is furious. You think your fists can protect you forever? How many people can you really fight at once? He points at one of the thugs. Go home. Bring everyone. Every guard, every servant. After the thug leaves, Wu Sihai sneers at me. Hand over the recipe now, and I might let you live. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. I ignore him and turn to Uncle Wu San. How did you know to come? Your aunt saw Zhao San leading Wu Sihai toward your house. She sent me. Third aunt. Our intelligence officer. I need to remember to thank her properly. Uncle, if too many people come and you can't handle them, just get out. Take my wives if you can. Don't worry about me. Wu Sihai wants the recipe. As long as I haven't given it up, he won't kill me. I can stall, negotiate, find a chance to escape. Uncle Wu San keeps his eyes forward. Don't worry. Wu Sihai's little army is nothing. A minute later, the yard gate opens. But it's not Wu Sihai's reinforcements. It's Wu Air, Uncle Wu San's son. Second brother. I exhale with relief. Wu Sihai spins around. What happened? Where are my people? The thug he sent stumbles back in, panting. Sir, everyone's outside. But it's not our people. It's the whole village. Wu Sihai whips his head toward Uncle Wu San. You called them all here? I did. Wu Sihai's face twists. Without witnesses, he could have done anything. Beaten me, killed me, made up whatever story he wanted afterward. But with the entire village watching, he can't fabricate anything. Uncle Wu San says calmly, I don't know why you came after Chu Bai, but with all these people here as witnesses, you can't do much of anything. Wu Sihai grinds his teeth. You think I'm afraid of a bunch of dirt farmers? In his mind, he's the emperor of Wu family village. Wu Sihai isn't worried about the villagers. He's been bullying them his whole life. They dodge him in the street. They bow when he passes. They wouldn't dare challenge him. To him, they're less than dirt. I snort. Without us, dirt farmers, your whole village chief title is just an empty hat. The villagers file into my yard. They heard Wu Sihai calling them dirt farmers, and they're angry, but none of them move. Most of them rent land from Wu Sihai. If he raises their rent, they starve. Simple as that. Wu Sihai grins. See? Ask them if any one of them dares defy me. I say east. Nobody goes west. I sigh inside. I read about tenant farmers in my old life, but seeing it up close is different. These people are one bad harvest away from selling their children. Hand over the recipe, and I might spare your life, Wu Sihai says casually. Refuse, and I'll kill you right here. Every person in this yard could watch me do it. and not a single one would breathe a word. The villagers' faces burn with anger, but they lower their heads when his eyes sweep over them. Uncle Wu-san gets desperate. He starts calling people out by name. Have you all forgotten what this man has done? Urguzi, how did your family's land end up in Wu Sihai's hands? Liuhua, how did your wife end up hanging herself? Wu Laotian, remember how Wu Sihai beat your father to death? One by one, heads start lifting. Eyes fill with old fury. Wu Sihai shrinks behind a thug, suddenly less confident. The accusations pour out like a dam breaking. One man's wife was harassed until she killed herself, leaving their baby motherless. Another's father saved up for years to buy 4 plots of land, then had to borrow grain during a famine. Wu Sihai took all 4 plots as repayment. Another man's 7-year-old daughter was taken as a servant and worked until she died. What started as a fight over my recipe has turned into a full-blown reckoning. Wu Sihai is genuinely scared now. If this mob snaps, he's dead. Zhao San, who's been playing dead on the ground since Li Han knocked him out, quietly gets up. He leans into Wu Sihai's ear. Village chief, we came for the recipe, not to fight the whole village. Wu Sihai glares at him, but knows he's right. He steps forward with his last card. Think carefully. Chu Bai made a fortune selling amber eggs in the city. Even if you stand up for him today, he won't share a single coin with you. And whoever keeps opposing me gets their rent doubled. That works. The crowd wavers. Most of them have no personal grudge against Wu Sihai, at least not one big enough to risk starvation over. Why suffer for someone else's fight? Uncle Wu-san shouts, don't fall for it. If he can attack Chu Bai today, tomorrow it's your family. But heads drop again. They understand the logic, but logic doesn't fill stomachs. If they can't survive this year, what's the point of worrying about next year? Wu Sihai smiles triumphantly and turns to me. White fool, not even the gods can save you today, unless you share that amber egg recipe with everyone here. Otherwise, why should anyone risk their livelihood for you? It's a trap. He's using the crowd against me. If I refuse, I look selfish, hoarding wealth while everyone suffers. Classic moral blackmail. The villagers look at me with hopeful eyes. They've heard I'm making good money. If the recipe could save all of them. Uncle Wu-san cuts in. Don't listen to him, boy. He knows better than anyone what those century eggs are worth. He carries 8 tails of silver home for me every single day. The recipe is a golden goose, and Wu Sihai wants me to just hand it over. I laugh. Wu Sihai's move is clever, basically moral blackmail. Why should anyone help me if I keep all the profits? Why should they suffer for my fortune? But here's the thing. I've been planning to help these villagers anyway. Today just showed me I can't survive alone. If I can get Wu family village on my side, that's a wall of protection no village chief can break through. First, though, I need to deal with Wu Sihai properly. You want me to share the amber egg recipe? Fine. Then why don't you share all your land with everyone? Instead of charging rent that's higher than the taxes themselves, the villagers' faces flash with anger. I hit a nerve. Wu Sihai snorts. That land is mine. Why would I share it with dirt farmers? I keep pushing. Other villages charge 50% rent. You charge 70%. And now you want to raise it more? Are you trying to turn everyone here into your slaves? The fury in people's eyes is building. What I'm saying is pure truth. Because of Wu Sihai's insane rent, families have been destroyed. Women would rather be sold to brothels than marry into this village. Wu Sihai panics and goes back to his only weapon. Anyone who helps Chu Bai gets their rent raised to 80%. He thinks this is checkmate. But he doesn't realize he just pushed these people to the breaking point. 7% was already killing them. 8 is a death sentence. Uncle Wu-san shouts. He's trying to kill us all. People start yelling back. 7% was already too much. 80%? We'd be better off as drifters. This man wants us all dead. Wu Sihai backs off slightly. I'm not raising everyone's rent. Just anyone who helps Chu Bai. 1 sentence. He just isolated me from the entire village. Uncle Wu-san can fight, but fists alone can't solve everything. The villagers came here out of respect for my father. None of them will risk their families for me. Wu Sihai turns to me, gloating. Hand over the recipe or take a beating. Your choice. I give him a cold smile. If I give something to the villagers, will you leave? He smirks. If you share the recipe, I'll crawl out of here on all 4s. He figures even if I share it, he'll just force the villagers to make amber eggs for him. They're already under his thumb. What are they going to do? Refuse? I won't share the amber egg recipe, I say. But I have something else that can help everyone here make a living. I'm talking about tofu. The amber egg recipe is tied to my contract with manager Chio at 80 coins per egg. If everyone finds out amber eggs are just cheap preserved eggs, that deal collapses. But tofu? Tofu is different. It's versatile, delicious, cheap to make, and there are dozens of dishes you can create from it. If too many people start making tofu and the market gets saturated, I'll teach them rice wine, cold noodles, starch jelly, stuffed flatbread. I have an entire cookbook from the future in my head. Wu Sihai scoffs. You have another secret product? You're just trying to distract us because you don't want to give up the amber eggs. I smile and turn to Li Han. Wife, bring out the tofu. She carries out the fresh batch I made today. White, smooth, beautiful blocks of something nobody in this village has ever seen. Every single pair of eyes goes wide. Come on, everyone try a piece. I cut up the tofu and hand out small blocks to every single person in the yard. Villagers, thugs, even Wu Sihai himself. Wu Sihai looks at his piece with disgust. This garbage is supposed to be edible. He throws it on the ground. Uncle Wu San's jaw tightens. He walks over, picks the tofu up off the dirt, and eats it without hesitation. Uncle, don't. I'm fine, he says, chewing with a smile. When I was in the army, I ate raw meat and tree bark. A little dirt won't hurt me. And this stuff is better than meat. Can't waste it, Wu Sihai sneers. But the villagers are already eating their pieces, and one by one their eyes go wide. Fresh, tender, smooth. Nothing they've ever tasted comes close. Some of them chew as slowly as humanly possible, refusing to swallow. Others gobble it down and immediately ask, Chu Bai, is there more? Plenty. Everyone can take a piece home when you leave. And it tastes even better cooked. Wu Sihai frowns and turns to one of his thugs. Is this stuff actually edible? The thug just swallowed his piece too fast and is choking slightly. Why yes, edible. Is it good? The thug nods instinctively, then catches himself. And no, not good. Wu Sihai doesn't buy that for a second. He asks another thug. This one's more honest. Actually, sir, it's really quite delicious. Wu Sihai spots a third thug still holding his piece. He opens his mouth to demand it, but the thug sees it coming, shoves the entire block in his mouth, and licks his fingers clean. You glutton, Wu Sihai barks at him. Now Wu Sihai is staring at the remaining tofu on the tray, clearly regretting throwing his piece on the ground. I catch his expression and smile. Want me to cut you another piece, village chief? He wants to say yes. But his pride won't let him. The great village chief, begging for a block of peasant food? Oomph. No need, I grin wider. Then you can leave now, right? What did you say? I said get out. Didn't you promise that if I gave the villagers something that could improve their lives, you'd leave? Well, there it is. Technically, he said I had to share the amber egg recipe specifically. But I twisted his words. He promised the villagers a path to a better life. Tofu is that path. Amber eggs, tofu, doesn't matter as long as people eat well. He wants to argue, but when he turns around, every single villager is staring at him with pure hatred in their eyes. The air is thick enough to choke on. He takes a sharp breath, flicks his sleeve, and storms out. Let's go. His thugs scramble after him. Zhao San, who's been playing dead again, jumps up and runs screaming. Village chief, wait for me. He knows the villagers won't touch Wu Sihai but him. Fair game. The second they're gone, the crowd swarms me. How do you make this stuff? How much can we sell it for? How much money can we earn in a year? They're thinking in copper coins, not silver. These people trade goods for goods most of the time. Silver is something they've only heard about. I smile. If you work hard, 5 or 6 taels of silver a year. Easy. The yard goes dead silent. 5 or 6 taels. Most of them couldn't save that much in an entire lifetime. Chu Bai, can tofu really make that much money? Everyone holds their breath, terrified of missing a single word. I nod. Honestly, 5 or 6 taels is the low end. If you're really diligent, 10 taels a year is absolutely possible. The villagers are in shock. 10 taels of silver a year? They couldn't save that in 2 lifetimes. In bad years, they're losing money, selling their own children just to survive. And I'm telling them they can save 10 taels? How much does tofu sell for per pound? Someone asks, and suddenly everyone's paying attention. I smile. What do you think is fair? 5 coins? One guy ventures nervously. Everyone gasps. 5 coins buys a whole measure of rice. I shake my head. Then I ask, do you know how much I sell my amber eggs for? Head shakes all around. 100 coins each. Jaws hit the floor. 100 coins for one egg? I turn to Sienna. What do you think, wife? She does the math in her head instantly. The cost per pound of tofu is about 1 coin. So whatever we charge, it's almost pure profit. She says it loud enough for everyone to hear. The entire crowd swallows at once. This incredible food costs 1 coin to make. Let's start at 5 coins per pound, I say. The villagers relax. They were worried I'd price it like amber eggs and nobody would buy it. But there's also a little disappointment. If it was 8 or 10 coins, they'd make even more. I explained that materials aren't the only cost. There's labor, time, equipment. 5 coins is reasonable. Then someone raises the obvious concern. If all of us sell tofu, what happens when there's too much and it won't sell? Good question. Tofu isn't just tofu. You can make soy milk, tofu pudding, tofu flour, dried tofu. If regular tofu goes bad, make stinky tofu. Smells terrible, tastes amazing. They stare at me like I'm speaking another language. Soy milk? Tofu pudding? Stinky tofu? What are these things? I don't bother explaining further. They'll understand when they see it. Uncle Wu's San gets practical. How do you make it? I show them the small grinding stone. And that's when the mood drops. A stone mill costs money none of them have. What if we buy the mill and the tofu doesn't sell? We'd lose everything. We know you mean well, but we can't afford even a regular mill. I smack my forehead. I forgot about the startup cost problem. These people literally have zero spare cash. I think for a second. Okay, how about this? I have some money. I can either lend you the money to buy your own mills, or, if you don't want to take that risk, you can sell the tofu I make. I'll give it to you on credit. Sell it first, pay me later. Their eyes light up like stars. No upfront cost? No risk? Just take the tofu and sell it? That changes everything. My offer solves almost everything. No upfront cost. Take the tofu, sell it, pay me later. What more could they ask for? I'm practically putting food in their mouths. But a few guys still look worried. Sienna notices and asks what's wrong. One of them speaks up, embarrassed. We want to sell tofu too, but we don't even own a pushcart. Some of us can't even afford a carrying pole. Uncle Wu-san nearly explodes. He's literally handing you money, and you want more? What's next? You want him to just give you silver for free? They shrink back. They're not being greedy. They're genuinely that poor. Everything they earn goes to rent and taxes. After buying the cheapest bran and husks, there's nothing left. They survive on wild vegetables. They literally can't afford a rope to hang themselves with. That sounds like a joke, but it's not. I look at them and understand. The original owner's memories confirm these particular families really are at rock bottom. That's fine. I can't make enough tofu for everyone to sell anyway. If you can't go out and sell it, you can work for me making tofu instead. 1 tael of silver per month. The yard erupts. 1 tael a month just for making tofu? That's more than city workers earn. Even people who weren't worried about pushcarts are suddenly very interested. Is that real? Absolutely. Making tofu is hard physical work. I'd rather pay someone else and use my energy on other things. I rub my back and quietly think about certain medicinal recipes. In a dynasty where lots of men have multiple wives, there's definitely a market for stamina products. But that's a project for later, when I get to the capital where the real money is. I want to make tofu. Me too. Suddenly, almost everyone wants to work for me instead of selling independently. A guaranteed monthly salary beats the uncertainty of street sales every time. The problem is obvious. I don't need that many people. Since most of you want to work together rather than sell separately, how about I rent a shop in the county capital? A few of you sell, the rest make tofu. We'll operate as one unit. Everyone nods enthusiastically. Someone asks, how much for the selling positions? Making tofu is physical labor, 1 tael per month. Selling is easier, 800 coins per month. They do the math. 800 coins times 12 months is nearly 10 taels a year. And that's just one person's salary. If a husband and wife both work at the shop, the family earns close to 20 taels annually. Even after taxes, they'd save more than they ever dreamed. Deal, not a single objection. Even 5 taels a year would have people fighting for spots. But here's the thing, I say, I can only afford to open one shop right now. One shop doesn't need that many workers. And if you're working in the county capital, you'll need to live there. The commute is too far for daily trips. Some disappointment on faces, but nobody argues. One shop is one shop. I'm helping because I want to, not because I owe them anything. I turned to Uncle Wu-san. I'm putting you in charge of selecting who goes. Tomorrow when you deliver the amber eggs, stay in the city and find a small shop with a courtyard we can rent. We'll set up the tofu operation there. He nods. Then he looks at all the hopeful faces staring at him and says, we'll prioritize the families who are struggling the most. A few people look disappointed, but no one complains. Fair is fair. Not everyone in Wu family village is equally poor. Some families are barely scraping by. Others are days away from actually starving to death. I can see it on their faces. The ones who didn't get picked are trying hard not to show their disappointment. Don't worry if you weren't chosen this time. Once the tofu shop takes off, I'll open more. Eventually, everyone in this village will have work and income. I promise. Some smiles come back. Whether they believe me or not, at least they know I'm trying. Uncle Wu-san picks about a dozen people, the hardest cases first. The ones chosen are overflowing with gratitude. The rest accept it quietly. After the crowd thins out, I pull Uncle Wu-san and Wu-er aside. Uncle, you're not upset that I'm paying villagers the same as you, right? He helped me before anyone else. Without him, I'd probably be dead right now. If anyone deserves more, it's him. He waves it off instantly. You're helping the whole village. Why would I be upset? Those people are doing hard labor for a tael a month. We just deliver eggs. We've got the easier job. I explain my real plan. When the tofu shop opens, I want you to be the manager. He freezes. Finding a shop, sure. But managing? I can barely read. I can't keep books. What about Wu-er? Wu-er studied at my father's school for a few years. He can read and write. He shakes his head too. I don't think I can handle it. It's simple. Just organize the workers and write down what comes in and goes out each day. It's a small operation, not a banking house. He hesitates. I play my final card. Just do it as a favor to me. He grits his teeth. Fine. I turn back to Uncle Wu-san. Maybe you should go too, in case Wu-er needs backup. If I go, who delivers the amber eggs? Fair point. Okay, you keep doing deliveries. Wu-er gets 2 taels a month as manager. You stay at 1 tael. They both try to refuse. I cut them off. It's decided. Done. They give in. After they leave, I turn to my 3 wives, feeling a little guilty. You're not mad at me? I made all these decisions without asking you. Sienna smiles. You're doing a good thing. Why would we object? Li Han and Su Qing nod. They think the wages are a bit high, but those villagers risked everything standing up to Wu Sihai today. Helping them is the right thing to do. I bow to all 3 of them with my hands clasped. Thank you for understanding. Sienna nearly panics, pulling me upright. Husband, what are you doing? You don't bow to your wives. This is too much. In this dynasty, husbands are masters and wives are subordinates. The idea of a man bowing to his women is basically insanity. There's nothing wrong with it. You're my wives. We're equals. Their mouths fall open. I start explaining something from my old world, the concept of equality between men and women. That women can go to school, learn to read, run businesses, be managers. That a wife isn't property. That she's a partner. Women can go to school, do business. They can barely process it. It'll happen one day. Trust me. I pause. And honestly, this tofu shop isn't just charity. It's a real business for our family. I need smart people running it. And the 3 smartest people I know are standing right in front of me. Sienna, when our tofu business gets big enough, how about you become the lady boss? I look at all 3 of them. And Li Han, Su Qing, whatever you want to do with your lives, do it. Don't let being a woman hold you back. They stare at me like I just said the sky is green. Their whole lives, all they've heard is, women can't do this, women can't do that. Nobody has ever told them they could be anything they wanted. Su Qing's eyes sparkle. So if I want to paint? Or become a doctor? Absolutely. I'll find teachers for you. Her jaw drops. Back home, saying stuff like this got her screamed at. She looks at me with so much emotion that I'm pretty sure she'd agree to literally anything tonight. I rub my back and look at Li Han. What about you? Any dreams? She shakes her head softly. I just want to take care of you. 2 dead husbands. Years of being called a curse and a money loser. She doesn't dare dream about anything for herself. I'm her whole world now, and all she wants is to make sure I'm okay. If you ever think of something, tell me. I'll make it happen. She nods, and I can see something settle deep in her eyes. A decision that she's going to protect me for the rest of her life. With the emotional stuff handled, I head to town to order more grinding stones. If I'm opening a real tofu shop with a dozen workers, one little mill isn't going to cut it. The craftsman who made my first one practically dances when I tell him I need over a dozen more. Business has been terrible for him. My last order was the first time he could afford meat in who knows how long. He gives me a discount and promises fast delivery. Looking at how happy he is, an idea hits me. How would you like to come work for me in Wu Family Village? He blinks. Doing what? Same thing you do now, building whatever I need. 1 tael of silver per month, plus overtime pay if you work more than 5 hours a day, plus bonuses for anything creative you come up with. His eyes go wide. He doesn't even make half a tael most months. Guaranteed salary, overtime, and bonuses? I'll go. Right now? Let me pack. I calm him down. Finish the grinding stones first. I don't have a place for you to stay yet. Once I set that up, you can move in. He's disappointed but agrees. Even without the monthly salary, this batch of millstones alone is the biggest payday of his career. After that, I wander around town looking for supplies. Running a tofu operation means I need a steady source of coagulant. I've been using gypsum from the Taoist temple, but I can't keep faking illness to beg for scraps. The better option is brine made from salt. But salt from the government shop is outrageously expensive. Fine for home cooking, wasteful for industrial tofu production. What I really need is a cheap salt block, crude, unrefined, but perfect for making brine. The workers won't even know what the coagulant is made of, which keeps the recipe secret a little longer. I search the whole market and come up empty. No salt blocks anywhere. I'm about to give in and just buy the expensive government salt when a sketchy-looking guy slides up next to me. Hey, mister. You looking for salt? I spin around, surprised. I turn around and immediately recognize what I'm dealing with. A black market salt dealer. In the Du dynasty, salt and iron are government monopolies. But the profits are so insane that plenty of people risk their necks selling illegal salt. Get caught? Beheading. But don't get caught? Set for life. How do you know I need salt? The guy grins. I watched you circle the salt shop for ages. Figured you think the government price is too steep and you're looking for a better deal. Smart. Good eye on this one. How much do you have, and what's your price? He dodges. How much does the gentleman need? The more the better. I need a lot. Question is whether you can supply it. Here's my math. 1 pound of tofu needs about 5 grams of salt for brine. 100 pounds of tofu means 1 pound of salt daily. Government salt costs 80 coins per pound. Absolutely brutal. That's nearly 1 extra coin of cost per pound of tofu. And if I want to make fermented tofu, the salt needed multiplies 5 or 6 times. Can you be more specific? The guy asks. 2 to 3 pounds. Per day. His jaw drops. He was hoping to sell me half a pound and call it a win. 2 to 3 pounds daily? He thinks I might be a government spy. Sir, forgive my rudeness, but you wouldn't happen to be working with the authorities? I raise an eyebrow. Do I look like the type who works for those people? He studies me. Clean clothes, decent bearing, clearly educated. Not the type to be a government errand boy. He relaxes. My apologies. I can absolutely supply that amount. 50 coins per pound. I can live with 50. It only adds half a coin per pound of tofu. But I know this price is inflated. I glance back at the salt shop and suddenly it clicks. This guy isn't some independent smuggler. He's skimming official salt from the government store and reselling it on the side. That's why he's charging so close to the official price. What about cheaper stuff? I don't need fine salt. The roughest, cheapest crude salt you've got. He blinks. He assumed I wanted the good stuff. You heard me. Got any or not? Because I'm leaving? Yes. Actually, my family boils our own crude salt. 20 coins per pound. Better. But I push harder. 20's still too much. 10 coins per pound. And I'll take 100 pounds right now. His eyes nearly pop out. 100 pounds at 10 coins is a whole tael of silver in one sale. 10 is too low, sir. How about 15? I turn and start walking away. If this guy's family boils salt, there must be others around here who do too. I just need to ask around. Wait. 10. 10 is fine. He grabs my sleeve. I stop. 10 works. But throw in a pound of fine salt for free. The salt guy is stunned that I'm haggling for a free pound of fine salt on top of everything. He begs and pleads, but I just turn to leave. Works every time. Fine. I'll throw it in. I'll throw it in. I arrange for 100 pounds of crude salt delivered to the county capital tomorrow, and 1 pound of fine salt sent to Wu Family Village. No deposit. We don't know each other well enough for that. Cash on delivery. After settling the salt situation, I pick up a bunch more steamer cloth to use as straining fabric. I really need proper cheesecloth, but it doesn't seem to exist in this dynasty. If demand keeps growing, I'll have to figure out how to make my own. When I get home, Sienna greets me with a bowl of water and a warm smile. You've been busy all day, husband. Rest a moment. Li Han made a big batch of steamed buns. Dinner's almost ready. I take the water and look at my 3 wives buzzing around the house. This is the life. Come home exhausted. Beautiful wife hands you water. Another one's already cooking. Everything's warm and peaceful. In my old life, couples were both so busy they barely saw each other. Here, pure bliss. Over dinner, I explain about the brine and the crude salt. I tell them I'm keeping the coagulant recipe secret, not from the villagers specifically, but from competitors in the city. Once tofu gets popular, people will try to copy it. But without knowing about gypsum or brine, they can't. That keeps it our exclusive product. Sienna nods. You don't need to explain, husband. We understand. I mentioned the salt cost, 10 coins per pound. Did I overpay? Sienna blinks. Not exactly overpriced, but I would have thought buying 100 pounds would get a better deal. My pride deflates instantly. I was so proud of negotiating the price down from 20. Turns out I'm still the clown. Could have gone lower. That evening I soak a big batch of soybeans. Tomorrow's the big push. Get the tofu shop running and use the Immortal Pavilion to launch tofu's reputation. Next day, Uncle Wu San finds a suitable shop with a courtyard in the county capital. I send Wu Air with the selected villagers to set up operations, get the salt delivered, and then head to the Immortal Pavilion myself with a fresh batch of tofu. Manager Chiu greets me with a mix of excitement and complaint. You're a hard man to pin down. I asked Uncle Wu San to bring more amber eggs. Did he pass the message along? He did. But amber eggs are difficult to produce. I can't just make more because you want more. My tone is a bit sharp. He's making money off MY product and complaining to me about supply. If I didn't need the Immortal Pavilion to launch tofu, I'd tell him exactly where to shove his complaints. He catches my irritation and quickly apologizes. Don't be upset, brother. It's just that business has been incredible. People are coming from as far as the prefecture capital. We simply can't keep up with demand. Good. That means the century eggs are a sensation. Perfect timing. Well, don't say I never bring you nice things. I pull out the tofu. Remember that product I mentioned last time? His eyes light up like lanterns. The amber eggs have been printing money for him. And now I've got something new. What is it? I set the white blocks in front of him. Tofu. You can fry it, stew it, pan-sear it, deep fry it, eat it cold, eat it raw. Dozens of ways to cook it. Manager Chiu's eyes go wide when I list all the ways to cook tofu. Fried, stewed, pan-seared, deep-fried, cold-dressed, eaten raw, way more options than amber eggs. And amber eggs already made him rich. How much per pound? His eyes are practically glowing red with greed. I hold up 5 fingers. He gulps. 500 coins? That's higher than he expected, but he's already nodding. 500 it is. But you sell exclusively to us, just like the amber eggs. Behind me, Uncle Wu San looks like his brain just shut down. I told the villagers tofu would sell for 5 coins. Now this guy is offering 500? That's insane. People sell their daughters into brothels for 500 coins. And that only buys 1 pound of tofu. But I shake my head. You misunderstand. I didn't say 500. Chiu blinks. 5 TLS then? That's a bit steep. Now I'm the one who's shocked. This man's brain goes up when I try to go down. I said 5 fingers meaning less than 500, and he jumped to 5 taels of silver? For one beautiful moment, I considered just saying yes. 5 taels per pound of tofu. I'd be the richest man in the county by next week. Then Chiu steals himself. 3 taels per pound. Final offer. I almost choke. Manager Chiu, I meant 5 coins. 5 coins per pound. 5 coins. His jaw hits the floor. Amber eggs cost 80 coins each. About 8 eggs per pound means over 600 coins per pound. Tofu has more recipes than amber eggs. By his logic, tofu should cost more. And I'm charging 5 coins? He looks at me like I've been replaced by a different person. I smile and explain. I'm actually here to ask you a favor. Help me promote tofu. I'll give you 30 pounds free today and teach your chefs how to cook it. Just tell your customers that the man who brought them amber eggs has a new creation. Set whatever menu price you want. He thinks for a moment. Can you keep the recipes exclusive to the Immortal Pavilion? Can't do that. If people buy tofu, I need to teach them how to cook it too. Otherwise, nobody buys a second time. He nods reluctantly. That makes sense. But he's hoping for something special that only his restaurant can offer. Tell you what, I say. I have one recipe I'll keep exclusive to the Immortal Pavilion. Mapo tofu. His face lights up. One exclusive signature dish is more than enough. What he doesn't know is that Mapo tofu requires jiu, a special spicy berry that's rare outside the Sichuan region. Even if the recipe leaked, most people couldn't make it at home. They'd have to come to a restaurant. So keeping it exclusive cost me nothing. I head to the kitchen and start teaching the chefs. Scallion cold tofu, century egg tofu, pan-fried tofu, stewed tofu, mapo tofu. One dish after another, the whole restaurant fills with the most incredible aroma. The smell drifts out to the dining room. Customers start sniffing the air like hunting dogs. What I asked that? It smells amazing. Manager Chio rushes out and announces, the creator of the amber egg has brought a brand new ingredient to the Immortal Pavilion. The reaction is electric. These people have been obsessed with amber eggs for weeks and still can't get enough. Now there's something new? They're practically climbing over each other to order first. Manager Chio goes all out. He sends free samples of every tofu dish to the diners in the restaurant. Then he stands up and announces, everyone, Chu Bai has opened a tofu shop in the east side of the city. You can buy tofu there directly. And he'll provide recipe cards for every dish except mapo tofu, so you can cook at home. The diners go wild. One guy takes a bite of tofu, and his eyes light up instantly. How much per pound? 5 coins. The room practically explodes. These are rich people. 5 coins is pocket lint to them. Where is your shop? I'm going right now. Are the recipes real? We can make this at home? I seize the moment. My shop is in the east side, but we're not officially open yet. On opening day, anyone who buys 2 pounds or more gets a free recipe card. And besides tofu, we'll also be selling soy milk, tofu pudding, tofu flour, and dried tofu. Manager Chio's ears perk up. You didn't mention soy milk and tofu pudding before. I shrug. Those are just a few coins each. Didn't think they were worth your attention. He nods. Fair point. The Immortal Pavilion's cheapest dish is 20 or 30 coins. Penny items aren't his game. Well then, when your shop opens, I'll personally come to congratulate you. He bows to me, a real peace offering after his earlier complaints. Word spreads like wildfire. The whole city is buzzing. Regular people couldn't afford amber eggs at 100 coins each, but tofu at 5 coins? That's the same as rice. They can actually buy this one. Opening day arrives. Manager Chio shows up with gifts, just like he promised. He buys 100 pounds right off the bat. Then the wealthy households send their servants. Then ordinary people start pouring in. I prepared 300 pounds. Sold out in less than an hour. People who showed up late are furious they missed it. I have extra recipe cards printed and hand them out to calm the crowd. Some of those people, after reading the recipes, grit their teeth and take their families to the Immortal Pavilion to try the dishes they can't make yet. I give the village workers the afternoon off and hand each of them 10 coins as a celebration bonus. It's not much, but they're practically crying with gratitude. Day 2 I prepare 500 pounds. Gone in 2 hours. Still not enough. So I open 3 more shops, west side, north side, south side. Hire 30 more villagers from Wu family village. Same pay as everyone else. 1 tael per month. No favorites. The effect on the village is immediate. People walk taller. They look Wu Si high in the eye now instead of ducking away. My salary alone covers their head tax, and then some. Several families march straight to Wu Si high and tell him flat out. After this harvest, they're done renting his land. Wu Si high is grinding his teeth so hard they might crack, but there's nothing he can do. His rent was already too high for outsiders to want his land. If the Wu family village tenants leave too, those fields will sit empty. And once the land goes fallow, his golden days are over. As more villagers join my tofu operation, Wu Sihai starts to panic. All that land he hoarded through cheating and stealing, it still gets taxed whether anyone farms it or not. Before, he had tenant farmers to do the work and cover the costs. Without them, he and his handful of thugs can't farm all those fields. He'd have to dip into savings to pay the land tax. 1 year, maybe 2, then he's broke. He's walking through the village fuming when Wu Laotian passes by. But instead of bowing and scraping like everyone used to do, Wu Laotian just glances at him and keeps walking. Where do you think you're going? Wu Sihai barks. Wu Laotian smirks. Chu Bai opened another tofu shop. I'm going to sign up. Wu Sihai's eye twitches. If you go work for that fool, don't bother renting my land next year. The old threat. Used to work every time. But Wu Laotian looks at him with pure contempt. Don't rent? Fine by me. You think I need your garbage land? Then he leans in close. And if you call Chu Bai white fool one more time, I'll rip your mouth off your face. Wu Sihai is frozen. This is the man whose father he beat to death years ago. Wu Laotian never dared say a single hard word to him back then. Now he's threatening to tear his face apart. Over me? After Wu Laotian walks off, a thug sidles up. Boss, are we just going to take this? Wu Sihai thinks about it. One thug mentions he has a cousin, up in the mountains, code for bandits. Wu Sihai shakes his head. Those people are too dangerous to get involved with. Once you invite them in, you never get rid of them. Another thug has a different idea. What about Wu Laizi? Everyone knows he's a piece of garbage. Even if he can't actually hurt Chu Bai, he can at least make his life miserable. Wu Sihai lights up. Wu Laizi still hates me from the beating I gave him. A little bribe, and he'll go running to cause trouble. Where is Wu Laizi? You locked him in the woodshed yesterday for stealing a chicken, remember? Wu Sihai grabs a whole roasted chicken and goes to find Wu Laizi. The second Wu Laizi sees the chicken, he forgets all about being locked up and starts gnawing on it like a wild animal. You want me to cause problems for Chu Bai? Deal. But I want 3 days' worth of food after. Done. Wu Laizi stuffs the half-eaten chicken into his shirt and heads straight for my house. When he arrives, I'm in the middle of something new, brewing. I've got several large jars set up in the yard, and the whole place smells like alcohol. I'm experimenting with rice wine and a few other varieties. Wu Laizi pushes my gate open and storms in. White fool. Get out here. Wu Laotian, who showed up to work earlier, immediately gets in his face. What do you want? Wu Laizi ignores him completely and scans my yard. He spots the big jars in his nose, trained by years of drinking, gambling, and doing absolutely nothing productive. Instantly identifies what's inside. Multiple types of quality liquor. He sneers with jealousy. This idiot just started making money and he's already blowing it on expensive booze? Then he turns to me with his scam face on. White fool, your father owed me 100 taels of silver. Time to pay up. Everyone stares at Wu Laizi like he just grew a second head. Him? Lending 100 taels to my father? This guy has never even seen that much money in his life. Wu Laotian laughs in his face. Wu Laizi, do you even know what 100 taels looks like? Wu Laizi sits down on a chair like he owns the place. 100 taels? Please. I've seen 1,000 taels before. Technically true, at the gambling house. It just wasn't his money. He waves a piece of paper at me. See this? Your father's IOU. Pay up, or I'll make trouble. I frown and reach for the paper. He yanks it away, trying to destroy the evidence, but I already saw enough. The handwriting is clean and educated. Wu Laizi can barely write his own name. Someone else made this. Who sent you? Wu Sihai. I've only made 2 real enemies since I got here. Zhaosen can't write either, and he has nothing to offer Wu Laizi. This has Wu Sihai's fingerprints all over it. Wu Laizi freezes for a second, then recovers. That's ridiculous. Village Chief Wu is an honorable man. He would never. The instant those words leave his mouth, everyone in the yard knows it's confirmed. So it was Wu Sihai, that scumbag. We just started having decent lives, and he's already trying to shake down Chu Bai. I want to smash that bastard's skull. Wu Laizi realizes the crowd is turning on him. These people used to be scared of him. Now they're looking at him like a pack of wolves eyeing a rabbit. Wu Laotian gets in his face. Confess. Now, did Wu Sihai send you? Wu Laizi sees a dozen angry fists clenching around him. He cracks instantly. Yes, it was all Wu Sihai. I just stole one of his chickens, and he caught me and forced me to come. It's not my fault. The fists come anyway. 7 or 8 villagers start pounding him from every direction. His screams echo across the yard. Outside the gate, Wu Sihai listens to the screaming and smiles. Sounds like the beating is going well. A thug flatters him. Master, you're truly brilliant. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole waits behind. And you are the oriole, see? The whole Wu Laizi thing was never really about extorting me. It was bait. Wu Sihai wanted the villagers to beat Wu Laizi, because as village chief, he has the authority to punish people who commit violence. Once my people beat someone up in front of witnesses, he swoops in, drags me to the clan hall for trial, and squeezes my recipes out of me. Let's go. He kicks my gate open dramatically. Uh-huh. Assault. I caught you red-handed. His eyes are gleaming. Everyone to the ancestral hall. As village chief, I'm holding court today. The villagers see him and go red with fury. This is the man who sent Wu Laizi to frame me. What are you all looking at? You beat a man in broad daylight. I'm the village chief. Are you saying I can't do anything about it? I see through his plan immediately. He wants to use this as leverage to drag me away and force me to hand over the amber egg and tofu recipes. Nice try. I walk over to Wu Laizi and give him a light kick. Wu Laizi, did I hit you just now? He looks up at my cold, emotionless eyes and shivers. And no. I smile and turn to Wu Sihai. You heard him, village chief. Nobody hit him. These injuries are from an accident. He tripped. We were actually trying to help him. Wu Sihai glares at Wu Laizi. Is that true? They were just treating your injuries. Wu Laizi looks at me, sees my cold stare, and swallows hard. Why yes. They were helping me. I fell. All by myself. Wu Sihai is livid. Useless piece of garbage. He didn't expect Wu Laizi to fold this fast. He's not giving up though. If you really fell, do it again right now and show me. Wu Laizi freezes, stuck between two terrible options. That's when I step in with an offer he can't refuse. Wu Laizi, want to get rich? He blinks. I point at Wu Sihai. He sent you here for what? A chicken? 3 days of food? But if you curse him out right here in front of everyone, I'll give you a real job. 1 tael of silver per month. You don't even have to work hard. Wu Sihai's face turns green. I'm buying his weapon right in front of him. Wu Laizi, think carefully, he threatens. But Wu Laizi has already done the math. A tael of silver per month? For yelling at someone? He's never earned that much in his life. Deal. He peels himself off the ground and points right at Wu Sihai's nose. Wu Sihai, you think I don't know your dirty secrets. What are you? That new concubine you took last year. She's not living at your house. She's in the city. You know why? Because your boss in town saw her, liked her, and you handed her over without a peep. Didn't even get to touch her yourself? Dead silence. Then gasps. Everyone knew about the concubine, but nobody knew this. Someone mutters. Wait. I saw her maid doing laundry the other day. Wu Laizi cackles. That's because the city boss got bored with her and sent her back. Like a used toy. The crowd looks at Wu Sihai with something new in their eyes. Pity. The big village tyrant. The man who terrorizes everyone. And he can't even keep his own woman from being taken by someone above him. I'll kill you. Wu Sihai lunges for Wu Laizi's throat. The villagers grab him and hold him back. Wu Laizi ducks behind me and keeps going, emboldened. And it's not just the new one. Your other concubines think you're useless too. They've been sleeping with half your household staff. Oh, and I personally enjoyed 2 of them myself. Way better than the brothel girls, by the way. Wu Sihai looks at his thugs. 2 of them suddenly can't meet his eyes. Their heads drop in shame. His face goes from red to purple. Don't bother looking at them. Just ask me who's been visiting your wives' bedrooms. Wu Laizi is on fire now. You walk around this village acting like a big shot, but you're nothing but the biggest cuckold in Wu family village. 1,000-year turtle. And your mother. You're not even your father's real son. She was stepping out too. Wu Laizi unleashes every filthy insult in his vocabulary. It's a masterclass in verbal destruction from a man who has absolutely nothing to lose. Wu Sihai thrashes against the villagers holding him, screaming for his thugs to grab Wu Laizi. But right on cue, Uncle Wu-san arrives and shuts the whole thing down with one bark. Enough. Everyone stand down. The chaos finally stops. Wu Laizi slinks over to me, catching his breath. So, Chu sir. How'd I do? I smile. Not bad. Consider that your first day on the job. Hee hee. I learned from the best. Wu Sihai watches me and Wu Laizi acting like old buddies and looks like his head might actually explode. He knows that after everything Wu Laizi just said, the green hat of cuckoldry is permanently glued to his head. The whole village will be talking about this forever. You'll all pay for this. He glares at his thugs, the same thugs who apparently helped themselves to his wives, and storms off. I can tell he's already planning to deal with all his concubines when he gets home. If he punishes every guilty thug, he might accidentally get some innocent ones. But if he only punishes half, guilty ones escape. His whole household is a mess. After he's gone, I ask Wu Lizzie something that's been bugging me. That thing about Wu Sihai not being his father's real son. You sure about that? Wu Lizzie nods confidently. My old man told me. Why else do you think Wu Sihai could suddenly connect with powerful people in the city? Think about it. Everyone's wheels start turning. There's no powerful Wu family in the county capital. If Wu Sihai has connections there, they must come from his real father. So who's the real father? I ask. Wu Lizzie grins. Don't you all think Wu Sihai looks an awful lot like someone? Wu Laotian snaps his fingers. The old head butler at Wu Sihai's house. Bingo. Everyone gasps. That butler was a city man who showed up as a refugee years ago. Wu Sihai's father had no sons for years. Then the butler arrived, and within a year, baby Wu Sihai. The butler mysteriously left 7 or 8 years ago, and that's exactly when Wu Sihai suddenly gained his powerful connections. Someone mutters, if that's true, Wu Sihai's mother had some interesting taste. Everyone nods grimly. That butler was, to put it politely, extremely ugly. The gossip session ends, and I turn to Wu Lizzie. I keep my word. You want a job? Or do you just want the free 1 tael per month? His eyes light up. How much if I actually work? Uncle Wu-san snorts. Be grateful for the free money, you thief. Everyone else piles on. Wu Lizzie's reputation is garbage. He steals, he gambles, he sold his own wife. Nobody trusts him with actual responsibility. Wu Lizzie looks embarrassed but defiant. I can do things. I'm not useless. Nobody buys it, and honestly, neither do I. But I said what I said. I keep my promises, I tell everyone. Then I turn to Wu Lizzie. I've got 2 operations, the tofu shop and a new brewing operation. Pick one. His nose twitches at the smell of alcohol drifting from my yard. You said brewery? That's right. I'm developing a new type of wine. I'll brew. Put me in the brewery. Of course he picks the one with alcohol. But honestly, he does know his drinks. Years of being a worthless drunk gave him at least one useful skill. Fine, you're in. But let me be crystal clear. Anything you learn in the brewery stays in the brewery. You don't steal wine. You don't sell wine on the side. You don't leak recipes. If I catch you doing any of that, you're out. No job, no free silver, nothing. We clear. Wu Lizzie nods frantically, promising he'll behave. Everyone else looks worried, but I've already decided. If you do good work, I'll pay you extra every month. He agrees, then sniffs the air. By the way, what are you brewing? I smell apricot blossom wine, 100-year aged, and 10-mile fragrance. I freeze. Those are the exact 3 wines I had Uncle Wu-san bring from the city. 2 jars of each, all still sealed. And this guy identified them through closed containers just by sniffing the air? Nice nose, Lizzie, someone shouts. The jars aren't even open, and this dog nose already figured them all out. Wu Lizzie puffs up proudly. What did you expect? I'm not called Brother Lai for nothing. I get an idea. Tell me honestly how you can do this. Answer truthfully, and I'll give you a tael of silver right now. He scratches his head. Well, I never have money for actual drinking, right? So when I'm craving booze, I just go sit outside the wine shop and breathe in the smell. Did it so many times that I memorized every type of wine by scent. Everyone nods. Makes sense. Most of them can't afford wine either. Sniffing outside the shop door is the closest they've ever gotten. I stare at Wu Lizzie for a long moment. You're sure you can identify any wine you've smelled before? Absolutely. I go inside and start mixing. I pour different amounts of the 3 wines into bowls, various combinations. Then I bring out 4 or 5 bowls. Smell this one. Wu Lizzie takes a sniff. Apricot blossom and 100-year aged. Which one's more? He hesitates, takes a tiny sip. Apricot blossom 30%, 100-year 70%. Dead on. Everyone's mouths fall open. I hand him the next bowl. He sniffs, sips. 100-year 40, 10-mile fragrance 60. Correct again. Third bowl. He frowns. This is apricot blossom, but the flavor is really weak. He takes a sip, almost spits it out, but forces himself to swallow. You watered this down. 3 parts apricot blossom, 7 parts water. Every answer is perfect. Not once, not twice. Every single bowl. The crowd is stunned. Lizzie, you've been hiding this talent. His nose is better than a hunting dog's. He scratches his head shyly. Nobody in this village has said anything nice to him in years. Usually they cross the street to avoid him. Being praised feels strange, but good. I look at him with completely different eyes now. I know exactly what your job will be. What? Starting today, You're my brewery's first official tasting master. Everyone blinks. What's a tasting master? Someone who tastes every batch to make sure the quality is right before it goes to market. The yard goes dead silent, then erupts in jealousy. Drink wine all day and get paid for it? That's a real job? Uncle Wu San frowns briefly, then relaxes. He gets what I'm doing. If Wu Laizi is just tasting finished wine, he can't steal recipes, can't mess with production, can't cause any real damage. It's actually brilliant. Give the troublemaker a job where he can't make trouble. Wu Laizi catches on too and scowls. You're just keeping me away from the real secrets, aren't you? I shrug. If I wanted to mess with you, I'd put you on hard labor. How many days do you think that body of yours would last? He opens his mouth, then shuts it. Fair point. His scrawny frame couldn't handle a single day of grinding soybeans. I address everyone. Once our wine is ready, every batch goes through Laizi first. If he says it's not good enough, it doesn't get sold. His word is final on quality. Everyone is shocked that I gave Wu Laizi real authority. No wine leaves the brewery without his approval. They think I'm crazy. Uncle Wu San tries to talk me out of it. But I've thought this through. Wu Laizi has genuine talent for tasting. I need a quality inspector, and he's perfect. Plus, I'm already paying him a tael a month to keep him from causing trouble for Wu Sihai's amusement. Might as well get some actual work out of the guy. And as a taster, he never touches the recipes or the production process. Even if he wanted to steal secrets, there's nothing to steal from the tasting station. I hand him 2 taels of silver, one I promised earlier, one for this month's wages. Don't gamble this away. Buy yourself food, furniture, and some decent clothes. You're our tasting master now. You can't look like a beggar anymore. Something shifts in his eyes. He knows I don't fully trust him, but I said it in a way that gives him dignity instead of shame. A slap and a sweet date, as they say. He leaves looking almost grateful. After he goes, Uncle Wu San asks where my 3 wives are. Su Qing was missing home, so I sent Xiener and Li Han with her to visit her parents. Wu Laotian's wife is from the same village and went along as escort. Uncle Wu San frowns. 3 beautiful women on the road alone. That's not safe. Wu Laotian jumps in. My wife could beat 3 bandits by herself. They'll be fine. Still, Uncle Wu San makes a good point. Your wives are too pretty to travel without you. And after what you did to Wu Sihai today, he's not going to let this go. Wu Laotian clenches his fists. If that bastard touches Chu Bai, I'll skin him alive. And if he sneaks in at midnight with his thugs? Can you get here in time? That shuts Wu Laotian up. His house is too far from mine for a midnight rescue. Should we take turns sleeping at Chu Bai's house? I wince internally. If people are sleeping over, I can't exactly rotate through my 3 wives every night. That would be awkward. I quickly say, don't worry too much. Wu Sihai is all bark. I doubt he'll actually come. Uncle Wu San shakes his head. Don't underestimate him. This man has killed people in this village before. You need to be careful. I sigh. They're right. I've been pushing myself too hard lately. Time to take a couple days off and prepare properly. Fine. I'll have Zhao Chong make me some weapons. Zhao Chong is the craftsman I hired to make grinding stones. Turns out he's not just a stone worker. He's also a blacksmith, a bricklayer, and a bamboo weaver. The man is a walking toolbox. A universal craftsman. Best hire I've ever made. These past 2 days, I had him build a full distillation apparatus. See, all those wines I bought, and all the fuss about Wu Laizi being a taster? I'm not actually trying to brew traditional wine. I'm making distilled liquor. Every wine in this dynasty tastes like slightly flavored water to me. The alcohol content is pathetically low, so I'm going to distill it, concentrate it into something with real kick. Something this world has never tasted. Now that the still is finished, Zhao Chong has free time. Perfect. He can make me some weapons for self-defense. Because Uncle Wu San is right about one thing. Wu Sihai isn't done with me. Uncle Wu San offers to lend me his prized military blade. It hasn't been used in years, but it can still kill. I wave him off. A weapon like that belongs in the hands of a warrior like you. I'm a beginner. Basic stuff is fine. Plus I've got Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong is the craftsman I hired. I bought the empty house next door for him to live in. No way I'm letting him stay in my house and ruin my nightly activities with my wives. The house also doubles as storage and potentially a future workshop. Uncle Wu San compromises. Then I'll sleep next door with Zhao Chong. If anything happens at night, I can get to you fast. Perfect. Next door means he's close enough for protection, but far enough that my private life stays private. As long as the girls keep the volume down, we're golden. Now, let's get to the real business. I look at the distillation equipment Zhao Chong built for me. Everyone gathers around, confused. I told them we're making wine today, but there's no grain, no yeast, no fermenting, just weird metal containers connected by tubes. Help me carry this into the kitchen. We set everything up and connect it to the stove. Then I turn around and give everyone my most serious face. I called you here because you're the people I trust most in all of Wu Family Village. What you see in this kitchen today does not leave this room, not even to your closest family. Uncle Wu San immediately backs me up with his murder eyes. Nobody's going to talk. Pour both jars of 100-year-aged wine into the pot. Wu Laotian grabs a jar and dumps it in. I light the fire. How did it boil so fast? Someone asks. Usually it takes a long time. Because this is wine, not water. Alcohol boils at a lower temperature. More confused nodding. I watch the pot carefully, and when most of the liquid has evaporated, I have them kill the fire. The alcohol vapor traveled through the tubes into the cooling container, condensing back into liquid, but now it's concentrated. Higher alcohol content, purer taste. I disconnect the still and open the cooling container. The smell that hits us is unbelievable. What is that? I've never smelled anything this incredible. Even Uncle Wu San is inhaling deeply through his nose. He drank plenty of good wine in the military, but nothing that smelled like this. Is this your wine? He asks, barely believing it. Honestly, I didn't really brew anything. I just purified someone else's wine. Removed most of the water, so what's left has more alcohol. Wu Laotian asks the logical question. Why not remove all the water? I wince. Because pure alcohol will kill you. Everyone takes a step back from the container. I explain that the best drinking wine should be roughly half alcohol and half water. Go above 70% and it becomes lethal poison. Once the liquid cools down, I pour bowls for everyone. Try it. I take the first sip. A bit strong, but smooth underneath. Maybe 30-something degrees. Way more kick than anything that exists in this dynasty, but still drinkable. Pleasant, even. The others watch me drink, see I'm still alive, and reach for their bowls. The second the wine hits their throats, everyone's eyes go wide. This is incredible. So strong. So smooth. They keep repeating the same 3 compliments because none of them are educated enough to describe what they're tasting. Wu Laotian nudges Uncle Wu San. What do you think, old man? You've actually had real wine before. Uncle Wu San takes a deep sniff, then throws back the entire bowl in one gulp. His face flushes red instantly. When I served under the great commander, I drank plenty of strong wine. But nothing compared to this. Not even a tenth as good. Wu Laotian smirks. Getting drunk already? A regular soldier drinking with a commander? Sure thing, buddy. Uncle Wu San laughs. Can't a man exaggerate when he's tipsy? But seriously, this wine is the real deal. Everyone laughs at him, but I'm watching closely. The others think he's blowing hot air, but I'm not so sure. With his level of martial arts, he was definitely more than a regular foot soldier. Served under the great commander might not be a lie at all. He downs half a pound of liquor in one shot and barely wobbles. His face goes red for a minute, then back to normal. His speech never slurs. This man has some serious stories he's not telling. So how are you going to sell this? Uncle Wu San asks, eyes sharp. Let's finish distilling the other 2 wines first. We run the 10-mile fragrance and the apricot blossom through the still. Each one comes out even better. The apricot blossom is the star, smoothest, most fragrant, and around 40 degrees of alcohol. About 10 degrees higher than the other 2. I pour everyone a bowl. They've learned from Uncle Wu San's example and sip carefully this time instead of chugging. A few sips in and they're already flushed. Best thing I've ever tasted. Me too. You've barely tasted anything in your life? I warn them to pace themselves. These guys have almost zero drinking experience, and this is the strongest liquor that exists in this entire dynasty. Getting hammered right now would be bad. Uncle Wu San finishes his bowl and wipes his mouth. All right, kid. Now tell us the pricing. I break it down. The 3 base wines cost us 30, 50, and 100 coins per jar. After distilling, each jar shrinks to about 2/3. So just to break even, we need to charge 45, 75, and 150 coins. Add labor and equipment costs, and we need to double that minimum. Wu Laotian frowns. Double? Our labor isn't worth that much. Isn't that too expensive? I smile. I said the cost doubles. I didn't say the selling price only doubles. Everyone blinks. I'm going higher. In the capital, there's a wine called Green Ant that costs 500 coins for a tiny jar. A jar our size would cost at least 1 tael of silver. And I'm willing to bet our wine tastes better than Green Ant. Uncle Wu San jumps in. Green Ant isn't even close to this. At best it matches the 100-year-aged version. That's all I needed to hear. Then we sell the 3 wines at 100 coins, 200 coins, and 1 tael of silver per jar. A few guys nearly choke. The first 2 prices are aggressive but reasonable. But a full tael of silver for 1 jar of apricot blossom? In a small county town? Uncle Wu San voices the concern. This is a backwater county, not the capital. People here can't afford 1 tael per jar. I grin. Who said we're only selling in the county? We can't ship wine all the way to the capital. It's too far and too dangerous. We don't have to. We sell to merchants here. Where they take it is their business. Wu Laotian raises a concern. If we sell to middlemen, won't they undercut our price? I shake my head. We sell at the prices I just said. What they charge after that is their business. Even if they sell a jar for 100 taels, that's their profit, not our problem. 100 taels per jar. The words hit them like a truck. They look down at the bowls they just drank from and start doing horrifying math. Each sip was worth how much silver? I can see the blood draining from their faces. Relax. The actual cost of making this is less than 100 coins. It just sells high. Don't worry about what you drank. Wu Laotian shakes his head frantically. You can't calculate it that way. If you sold what we just drank, it'd be worth dozens of taels. We dirt farmers shouldn't be drinking this. I wave him off. A tael per jar, and we can make more anytime. It's just ingredients and effort. Now, you can't drink good wine without snacks. I go to the kitchen and whip up some dishes. Sliced century eggs mixed with cold tofu. A plate of fried peanuts sprinkled with white sugar. Then a couple of stir-fried dishes. When I bring everything out, nobody's touched anything. They were waiting for me to sit down first. Uncle Wu San explains, you're the boss and you cooked for us. We couldn't start without you. I feel bad for making them wait. That's my fault. Should have been faster. Here, let me make it up to you. I raise my bowl and take a big gulp. Everyone follows. They reach for the food, but nobody touches the century eggs. Too expensive. Instead, every pair of chopsticks goes straight for the peanuts. The cheapest looking thing on the table. First bite. Everyone freezes. Chu Bai, what's this white stuff on the peanuts? I nod. That's white sugar. Just made it recently. Not enough to sell yet. Their eyes go wide. Another invention. Century eggs, tofu, distilled wine, and now white sugar? Is there anything this man can't do? If you sold this sugar, how much per pound? About 30 taels. Several people start choking. 30 taels. They do the math instantly. The amount of sugar on those peanuts is maybe half a tael's worth by weight. That's nearly 2 taels of silver just in the sugar coating. The dish they thought was the cheapest at the table is actually the most expensive thing on it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have touched the peanuts. This whole meal must cost 5 or 6 taels. They've barely earned 1 tael each so far. And I just served them a dinner worth 5 or 6 times that. Their brains are short-circuiting. Well, the food's already made. If you don't eat it, it all goes to waste. I shrug. So eat. With that logic, plus the wine loosening everyone up, they gradually stop holding back. The century eggs disappear. The sugar peanuts disappear. The apricot blossom distilled wine, every last drop gets drained. These are men who've gone hungry more times than they can count. They know the value of food. And once the alcohol kicks in and the awkwardness melts away, they eat like they've never eaten before. Not a single grain of rice is left on the table. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone is barely standing. These guys have almost zero drinking experience, and my distilled wine hits way harder than anything they've ever had. Uncle Wu San, still the most clear-headed, suggests wrapping up. We need to work tomorrow. Let me help you get everyone home safely, I say. I've heard too many stories in my old life about drunk people dying from stupid accidents. No way I'm letting these guys stumble home alone in the dark. We're about to head out when my front gate swings open. Su Qing storms in, doesn't look at anyone, and runs straight to the bedroom without a word. That's not like her at all. Behind her comes Xiener, Li Han, and Wu Laotian's wife, old Tian Auntie. And Auntie is fuming. Those Su family people are absolute trash. My stomach drops. I think I know what happened. Wu Laotian rushes over. Who made you angry? Who else? Su Dashan and his wife and their worthless son and daughter-in-law. Su Dashan, that's Su Qing's father. My father-in-law. I look at Xian'er. Did Qing'er get bullied at home? She nods. The moment she walked in, her sister-in-law accused her of coming back to mooch food. Called her every name in the book. Then the sister-in-law tried to convince Qing'er to divorce you and voluntarily sell herself to a brothel so the family could have income. My blood boils. Su Qing is my wife. I'm alive, and her family wants to send her to a brothel? I sent gifts with you. Didn't they see we're doing well? Auntie can't contain herself anymore. Those idiots don't know good things when they see them. Qing'er brought tofu. They called it plaster. She brought century eggs. They called them rotten eggs. Said the most disgusting things. I couldn't even stand listening to it. And I'm just an outsider. Li Han. Quiet. Never speaks up. Li Han walks over and looks me in the eyes. Husband, you have to help Qing'er this time. That shocks me. Li Han never asks for anything. For her to speak up means it was really bad. I will. I promise. The village men immediately start volunteering. Just say the word, and we'll march the whole village to Su family village. Qing'er is one of us now. We have to get justice. Is that bastard Su Dashan blind? Trying to send our woman to a brothel. They're still half drunk and ready for war. I appreciate the spirit, but drunk men starting fights in another village is the last thing I need. Everyone go home and sleep it off. I'll handle this personally tomorrow. They grumble, but Uncle Wu Sin shuts them down with one glare. You've all had too much. Go home before you do something stupid. You think any of you are smarter than Chu Bai? That does it. Nobody dares claim they're smarter than me. They leave with promises to come running if I need them. After everyone clears out, I pull Zhao Chong aside. Remember those weapons I asked you to make? He nods. I hand him a piece of paper with a design I've been working on. He unfolds it, and his eyes go wide. This is, don't worry about it tonight. Just build it according to those measurements. I pat his shoulder, send him off, and head to the bedroom to check on Su Qing. In the bedroom, Su Qing is lying face down on the bed, crying silently. Before she married me, she was used to this kind of treatment. But after a month of being loved and cared for, she'd forgotten how awful her family was. She went back today because she missed her little brother. She wanted to show everyone she was happy now, that her life with me was good. Instead, her sister-in-law tore her apart, called her every ugly name, then tried to convince her to divorce me and sell herself to a brothel so the family could collect regular payments. The old Su Qing, desperate and cornered, might have actually agreed. But not now. Not after everything we've built together. I walk in and sit on the bed. Why is my precious little wife crying? She whips around and frantically wipes her face. She doesn't want me seeing her with tears and snot everywhere. I'm not crying. Her eyes are so red they could glow in the dark. My heart aches looking at her. Of my 3 wives, Xian'er is the one I admire most. Li Han is the one I worry about most. But Su Qing? She's the one I spoil the most. She's the youngest, the most innocent. If she'd been born 1,000 years later, she'd be some carefree girl with a line of boys chasing her. Every time I look at her, I want to wrap that innocence in armor and keep it safe forever. Your face looks like a kitten who fell in paint, and you're telling me you weren't crying? I flick her nose gently. I know what happened. Tomorrow I'm going to fix this. And oh, please don't. She shakes her head hard. She's scared her family will embarrass me. Even worse, she's terrified I'll meet them and stop liking her because of how awful they are. I promise I'll get back everything they took from you. She looks at me with those huge wet eyes. She lived with those people for over a decade, and they treated her like livestock. I've been her husband for barely a month, and I'd go to war for her. The contrast breaks her heart in the best possible way. Husband, can we please not go? I'll just pretend I don't have a birth family anymore. The only person she can't let go of is her little brother. Everything else about that house, she'd burn. Don't be silly. They're still your parents. We can't just cut them off. What I actually mean is, if she cuts them off, how am I supposed to go over there and make them regret every word they said? She tilts her head and studies me. Whether I'm being genuine or strategic, the fact that I care this much is enough. Then her eyes get that certain look. Husband, tonight I want to. She turns bright red without finishing the sentence. Whatever my Qing'er wants, she gets. I kiss her. Clothes start coming off. The rest of the night belongs to us. Outside the door, Xian'er and Li Han hear the familiar sound starting up. They exchange a practiced look, close the bedroom door, and retreat to the other room. Sienna mutters, "That little minx. Can't she keep it down?" Li Han, completely deadpan. "You're louder than her." "I." "What?" Sienna buries her face in the blanket. She thought she was always quiet and composed. Li Han informs her that she starts off silent, but loses all control halfway through. Sienna wants to die of embarrassment. She's been walking around acting dignified this whole time, and apparently she's the loudest one in the house. After recovering, she changes the subject. "Husband will definitely help Chinger tomorrow. I just wonder how." Li Han says quietly. Chinger isn't just upset for herself. She's worried her husband will look down on her because of her family. And she's scared for her little brother, that those people will ruin him. Sienna goes silent, her eyes growing distant. Something in Li Han's words clearly hit close to home. The next morning, I'm up at first light preparing for the trip to Su family village. But when I step outside, Uncle Wu San is already standing at my gate. "You're here early, Uncle." It's not just me. Behind him, every single man who drank at my house last night walks into view. All of them, ready to go. Seeing every single one of those guys show up at my gate, some of them clearly still hungover, makes my chest feel warm. This is exactly why helping them was the right call. I can invent 1,000 products and make 1,000,000 coins, but without people who have my back, none of it means anything. "We're going with you to Su family village. There's no way that Su Dashin is going to disrespect us. I used to work alongside that guy. He owes me. We're getting justice for little Chinger today." They barely know Su Qing, but they've all grown fond of her. The sweet, shy girl who married into their village. Nobody messes with her and gets away with it. I hold up my hands. I appreciate every one of you, but I'm not going there to fight. Having a whole army show up won't help. But if you really want to be useful, I do have something for you. Wu Laotian squints at me. "You sure you're not going to fight? There are many ways to settle a score. Fighting is the dumbest one. Only idiots use fists when they have brains." He's not fully convinced. "You're not going to ditch us and go pick a fight alone." I gesture at my skinny body. "Look at me. 2 pounds of meat on these bones. Who exactly am I going to beat up?" Everyone nods. "Fair point. This is my first visit as the new son-in-law. I need to bring gifts. So you guys are going to help me carry things." They relax. Shopping trip, not a raid. But first, breakfast. Li Han whips up a big pot of millet porridge and steams a pile of buns. I add cut-up century eggs, tofu, and some pickled vegetables I made recently. The guys freeze when they see the century eggs. After last night's calculations about how much each egg costs, they feel guilty eating anymore. "I told you yesterday, the actual cost is nothing. Eat." I take the eggs to the kitchen and slice them up so they can't be saved for later. They're already cut. You wouldn't let them go to waste, right? That does the trick. They dig in. But what really gets their attention is the pickled vegetables. "What are these?" "They're so good. Made them with salt and a few seasonings." Nothing fancy. Their eyes pop. Salt is expensive, 70 or 80 coins a pound. And I'm using it to pickle vegetables? Uncle Wu San suggests selling them at the tofu shops alongside the breakfast items. We've got 4 shops now, all doing great business. Tofu, soy milk, tofu pudding. The morning crowd has become a daily ritual. Adding pickled vegetables would be easy. Good idea. I'll teach the shops how to make them. After breakfast, I pull Uncle Wu San aside. "When you deliver the century eggs today, bring a jar of the distilled wine to Manager Chio. Tell him it's our new product and the Immortal Pavilion gets first priority. You want to sell all the wine through them? The Immortal Pavilion has connections everywhere. They can move this wine to places we can't reach. That young master from the capital? He's probably tight with the owner. These people have the network to sell our wine across the entire country. Local merchants in our county mostly do business within the county, maybe a little in the prefecture. The Immortal Pavilion operates on a completely different level." Uncle Wu San nods. "Same prices we agreed on yesterday." "Exactly. Not 1 coin less." After Uncle Wu San heads off to deliver century eggs and the wine sample, I take Wu Laotian and the guys to the market. First time visiting my father-in-law's house. I need proper gifts. I buy a lot of stuff. The guys carrying everything think I'm insane. That Su Dashin is a total scumbag. You're wasting good money on him. 2 pounds of rice would be too generous for that lowlife. I smirk. Who said any of this is for Su Dashin? They look confused, but I don't explain. They'll see soon enough. Back at the village, I pull out 5 sugar-coated hawthorn sticks, the candy kind that kids go crazy for. 3 for my wives, 1 for me to give Su Qing's little brother Xiao Jinzi. Su Qing's eyes soften when she sees the extra one. I'm thinking about her baby brother without even being asked. Husband, maybe we shouldn't go today. She's still scared. Scared I'll see how awful her family is. Scared I'll get humiliated. I flick her nose. What? You want to never visit your hometown again? She hesitates. Of course she wants to go back. She just doesn't want to go back to them. But her little brother, she has to look after him. Xiener, Li Han, you two stay home. If anything comes up, find Wulei Ocean. Su Qing and I load up the cart and head to Su family village. When we arrive, I don't go to her parents' house. Instead I ask, where does your village chief live? She blinks. Why? I have my reasons. She points out the biggest house in the village. Second house in. But those people aren't nice either. Husband, don't mess with them. Relax. There's nothing your husband can't handle. We walk up to the gate. I tell Su Qing to wait while I go in, but she grabs my sleeve. Don't leave me alone. My heart aches. What kind of family makes a girl this terrified of her own village? Okay. Together, I knock. A butler-type guy opens up, sees Su Qing, and his eyes light up. Su Qing? You finally changed your mind? He reaches for her arm. I block him immediately. What do you think you're doing? He sizes me up. Who are you? Her husband. And you? He snorts. Looking all proper, but you're just here to sell your wife to my master, aren't you? My jaw tightens. Now I understand why the butler's first words to Su Qing were, changed your mind. Turns out the village chief, Lu Yukai, tried to buy Su Qing as a concubine before. I look at Su Qing. They almost bought you. She nods quietly. When I was 16, my parents tried to sell me to Lu Yukai. I worked day and night weaving cloth and scraped together 500 coins to pay the fine myself. That's how I escaped. Did Lu Yukai ever force himself on you? No, he didn't. Good. I'd already asked around about Lu Yukai before coming. He's a typical village chief, takes advantage where he can, but he's never kidnapped women or beaten anyone to death. That's why I chose to approach him. If he were another Wu Sihai, I'd never come near this house. I turn back to the butler with a formal scholar's bow. Please inform village chief Lu that Chu Bai of Wu family village is here with his wife, Su Qing, to pay respects. The butler hesitates. A village chief doesn't see just anybody. I slip a dozen coins into his hand. Tell him it's the Chu Bai who invented amber eggs and tofu. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. You're that Chu Bai? The butler recognizes my name immediately. Amber eggs and tofu have been the talk of the county. Anyone with connections has heard of Chu Bai. He shoves my coins back and practically sprints inside to announce me. I slip the coins back into his hand anyway. A small greeting gift. Please accept it. Su Qing pouts. He already returned the money. Why give it back? I smile at her. Qing'er, how would you like to live in a big house? Her eyes go wide. You're building a big house? Not just a house. I'm also building workshops in Wu family village. Before she can ask more questions, Lu Yukai comes rushing out, wearing one shoe and one sock. He was in such a hurry to meet me, he didn't even finish getting dressed. It reminds me of the story about Cao Cao running out barefoot to greet a strategist. Lu Yukai is no Cao Cao, and I'm no great advisor. But the gesture tells me something. This man is sharper than an average village chief. Master Chu, I've heard so much about you. He grabs my hands like we're old friends. Last time I saw you, you were barely 3 feet tall. Now look at you. I blink. You've met me before. Your father taught me a great deal years ago. Everything I have, I owe to old Master Chu's guidance, so that's why he's so excited. My father helped him once. Though I notice, if he really cared about repaying that debt, he could have stepped in when the original Chu Bai was getting scammed blind. White Fool was famous across 10 villages. Lu Yukai definitely knew and did nothing. Still, I play along. What a connection. Sadly, my father passed away a few months ago. Lu Yukai squeezes out 2 tears on cue. Such a kind man. Gone too soon. He invites us inside. I decline the meal. I still need to visit my in-laws. He notices Su Qing and does a double take. You married Su Dashan's daughter? He quickly explains that someone once suggested Su Qing become his concubine. But he's old enough to be her father, so he never took it seriously. A preemptive apology, making sure I don't hold it against him. Smart. We sit down, and he asks what brings me here. I need a favor, Uncle Lu. I'm looking to hire workers from Su family village to build some houses in Wu family village. He's confused. Why come here for construction workers when I could hire people from my own village? I stand up. I need to go visit my father-in-law now. Once you've found workers, just send them to my in-law's house to find me. His eyes light up with understanding. He gets exactly what I'm doing. By hiring Su family village workers through him, I'm accomplishing 3 things at once. Building my relationship with Liu Yukai, creating jobs in Su Qing's home village so people see how successful I am, and making sure Su Qing's family and the whole village knows that the worthless son-in-law they mocked is now the one handing out paychecks. How much are you paying? 10 coins per day, plus a full meal. He nods firmly. I'll find your workers immediately. Then he looks at Su Qing with genuine warmth. Girl, you really found yourself a good husband. Su Qing doesn't fully understand what just happened with Liu Yukai, but I can tell he saw right through my plan. Smart man. After we leave, I'm sure he's already telling his butler to go round up workers. We head towards Su Qing's parents' house with the cart full of goods. The second we enter the village, the gossip starts. The Su family's money loser is back. There's a man with her. That her husband? Maybe he kicked her out already. Look at all that stuff on the cart. Must be her belongings. No way a new son-in-law would bring gifts for his father-in-law. Su Qing tenses up. I grab her hand. I'm here. Don't be scared. She nods, and I feel her hand relax a little. We stop in front of a rundown little yard. Compared to my place, this is barely standing. The mud walls are only waist high. You can see everything inside without trying. In the yard, a skinny boy about 6 or 7 years old is squatting on the ground, counting ants. Xiao Jinzi, Su Qing calls out. The kid's head snaps up. The moment he sees his sister, his whole face lights up. Sis, you came back. He runs to the wall, beaming. Then he spots me, and his face goes hard. Sis, who's he? Su Qing ruffles his hair, blushing. He's your brother-in-law. Say hello. The kid ignores me completely and stares at Su Qing with dead serious eyes. Sis, does he hit you? I blink. This tiny kid's first instinct is to ask if I'm abusing his sister. What kind of household makes a 6-year-old think like that? Su Qing swats his shoulder. Don't be silly. This is your brother-in-law. Be polite. He grudgingly mutters something that sounds vaguely like brother-in-law. I crouch down to his level and pull out the extra candied hawthorn stick. Xiao Jinzi, that was a pretty good greeting. How about some candy as a reward? Back in my old life, this trick worked on every kid in existence. Wave something sweet, and they forget every rule their parents ever taught them. But this little warrior stares at the candy, then stares at me, and says, You're trying to buy me. I won't fall for it. I'm impressed and confused. I've never met this kid before. Why does he hate me so much? Su Qing notices it too and gets serious. Xiao Jinzi, who taught you to act like this toward your brother-in-law? His lower lip trembles. Sister-in-law told me. She said after you got married, nobody would take care of me anymore, and that your husband would beat you to death and let you starve. Su Qing's face goes from worried to furious in about half a second. Where is she? Where is that woman? She looks ready to tear someone apart with her bare hands. She dares say those things about my husband? I'll rip her mouth off. I stare at her, genuinely stunned. My sweet, shy, timid little Su Qing, the girl who cries when I tease her about selling her, is standing here breathing fire, ready to physically fight her sister-in-law. Turns out there is a line, and her family just crossed it. You can trash talk Su Qing all day and she'll take it. But poison her little brother's mind against the one person who actually treats her well? That's war. I've never seen Su Qing this angry before. My sweet, timid little wife is ready to tear someone apart. But I get it. Her sister-in-law has been poisoning her baby brother's mind against me. Then Xiao Jinzi says something that makes everything worse. Sister-in-law went to dig wild vegetables on the back mountain. Yesterday she told Mom and Dad that since I'm going to die soon anyway, they should just throw me in the mountains and let the tigers eat me. Su Qing's eyes flood with tears. That witch. She already starves you every day, and now she wants to feed you to tigers. I pull Su Qing into my arms. If they don't want to raise him, we'll take him with us when we leave. She looks up at me, tears sparkling. You mean it? We have plenty of food. And I like this kid. I'm not going to let him get thrown to the wolves. I pause. Or tigers. She hugs me tighter than she ever has. The last worry she's been carrying just dissolved. Then I ask about something Xiao Jinzi mentioned, that he won't live long. I looked the boy over. He's thin, sure, but he doesn't look sick. Su Qing explains, since he was little, he'd suddenly grab his stomach, start shaking and sweating, and sometimes pass out. Someone in the village had the same thing and died. Everyone says he won't make it. Has he seen a doctor? Sister-in-law won't pay for one. The symptoms click in my head. Stomach pain, trembling, sweating, fainting. That sounds exactly like low blood sugar. Not some mysterious disease. Just not eating enough. Right on cue. Xiao Jinzi suddenly clutches his belly, shudders, and collapses. Jinzi! Su Qing screams. I sprint to the cart, grab my small stash of white sugar, vault over the waist-high wall, lift his head, and put sugar in his mouth. Don't panic. He's not sick. It's just low blood sugar. He hasn't eaten enough. Su Qing stares at me. Low blood. What? It means he's hungry. That's all. Within moments, Xiao Jinzi's eyes flutter open. He's confused to find me holding him. He tries to push me away, but has zero strength. Su Qing rushes over. Are you okay? He licks his lips slowly. Sis, what did you just feed me? Was that sweet? Something hits me right in the chest. In my old world, kids eat so much candy their teeth rot. This boy doesn't even know what sweet tastes like. Su Qing tells him it was white sugar from his brother-in-law. Then she asks, I brought food yesterday. Didn't your sister-in-law let you eat? He looks at the ground. She said you made her angry, so she's punishing me. No food for 3 days. Su Qing erupts. I told her the truth and she punishes you? Your brother-in-law just proved you're not sick. You're just starving. Xiao Jinzi's head snaps up. I'm not sick. His voice is so small, so full of hope. He's lived his whole short life believing he was going to die. Every episode, every fainting spell, he thought it was one step closer to the end. Su Qing nods firmly. Before, when you fainted, it took hours to wake up. This time your brother-in-law gave you a little sugar and you woke up right away. You're not dying. You're just hungry. Xiao Jinzi bursts into tears. Not sad tears, relief tears. He's been so mature, so careful not to be a burden, because he thought his days were numbered. He never complained, never asked for more food, never bothered anyone. He's 6 years old. Don't cry, Jinzi. Su Qing is crying too, wiping his face. Your brother-in-law says we're taking you home with us. Nobody will ever let you go hungry again. He hiccups. Really? Your brother-in-law never lies. He swallows hard. Then, I only need 1 wild vegetable bun per meal. I'm small. I don't eat much. My nose burns. This kid is offering to survive on weeds because he doesn't want to be a burden. 6 years old. Silly boy. I ruffle his hair. Your sisters and I eat white rice and steamed buns every single day. You think we'd make you eat vegetable buns? Your brother-in-law has one thing, and that's money. When you come home with us, you eat whatever you want. As much as you want. He drools involuntarily and looks at Su Qing for confirmation. Sis, is that true? She nods through her tears. All true. White rice, steamed buns, every day. I add. And meat. When we arrived at my wife Su Qing's family home, her little brother Su Jin was starving. His mouth watered just looking at the food we brought. Su Qing told him to come inside, so she could cook him some rice. I carried Su Jin in, but he insisted on walking himself. Then I went out to unload the cart. Fine pastries, good fabric, half a pig, a bag of rice, and other supplies. I left everything in the yard. I noticed how hungry Su Jin looked, so I handed him a pastry. He didn't take it right away. He looked at Su Qing first, like he needed permission. She told him to just take it since I was his brother-in-law. He called me brother-in-law in a shy little voice, and honestly, that made me so happy. I pulled out a silver ingot and stuffed it into his hands as a gift for calling me that. Su Qing said it was too much, but I didn't care. I wanted to give it. After Su Qing started steaming the rice, I decided to show off my cooking. I cut some pork from the half-pig and kicked Su Qing out of the kitchen. Su Jin asked if I could really cook, and Su Qing bragged about me. Told him I invented amber eggs and tofu. Then trouble walked in. Su Qing's sister-in-law, Wu Jinhua, showed up and called Su Qing a money-losing goods. Su Qing's older brother Su Chong trailed behind her, head down, too weak-willed to say anything. Su Jin hid behind Su Qing and tucked away the pastry I gave him. Wu Jinhua threatened to throw Su Jin into the mountains to feed the wolves. That set Su Qing off completely. She charged at Wu Jinhua, and they started fighting. Su Qing had gotten stronger since living with me, but Wu Jinhua was bigger and started winning. Su Jin tried to help, but was so weak from years of not eating enough that Wu Jinhua kicked him away easily. I heard the noise and rushed out of the kitchen. I grabbed Wu Jinhua's hands and yelled at her to stop. Su Jin got back up and bit her hand. When she shoved him off, I kicked her hard in the stomach and sent her stumbling back. She looked surprised to see me, probably heard I was supposed to be some fool. Then she started screaming at Su Chong to help her. And what did that useless brother do? He scolded Su Qing and Su Jin instead of standing up for them. His own siblings were being bullied, and he took his wife's side. No wonder Wu Jinhua ran that household however she pleased. Su Qing didn't back down. She demanded to know if Su Chong really agreed to throw Su Jin into the mountains. He couldn't answer. Wu Jinhua jumped in and called Su Jin a useless waste of food who wouldn't live long anyway. I was furious. I stepped in front of Su Qing and Su Jin and set the record straight. Su Jin wasn't actually sick. He just had low blood sugar from never getting enough to eat. If they'd fed him properly, none of this would have happened. Wu Jinhua sneered at me and called me a fool, just like the rumors said. She claimed Su Jin was truly sick because some guy in her village died from the same symptoms. I knew there was no point arguing with her about it. Then she accused us of coming to mooch food. Su Qing jumped in front of me and told her that I was a capable man. Wu Jinhua laughed and said the eggs Su Qing brought yesterday were rotten. Su Qing fired back that those were amber eggs worth 100 coins each at the city restaurant. Wu Jinhua had never even heard of amber eggs. She only knew about tofu. She dared Su Qing to bring 2 pounds of tofu if we were really so well off. Su Qing nearly laughed from anger. Tofu was my invention too, and it was worth way less than amber eggs. This woman had no idea what was valuable. Su Qing pointed at all the gifts we brought: fine fabric, pastries, half a pig, even a jug of wine. She asked what kind of freeloader brings that much stuff. Wu Jinhua's eyes went wide when she finally looked at everything. Even when she visited her own parents, she never brought a tenth of this. But then Su Chong, that useless brother, opened his mouth and asked if we stole it all. Wu Jinhua's eyes lit up immediately. She ran with the idea, said a fool like me and a worthless girl like Su Qing couldn't possibly earn this honestly. She threatened to report us to the authorities. I looked at the two of them and couldn't hold back. "Are your brains broken?" I said. They couldn't recognize good things when they saw them, and now they wanted to have me arrested? Just then, the yard gate swung open and an older couple walked in. Su Qing's parents, Su Dashan and his wife. They looked aged well beyond their years, with deep wrinkles and gray at the temples. Su Dashan set down a rusty hoe and looked at us with displeasure. He'd rushed back from the fields because he heard we came, worried we were here to eat his food. Wu Jinhua immediately played the victim. She told him we brought stolen goods and were bullying her. She warned him that keeping stolen things could get the whole family executed. Su Dashan's eyes had lit up when he first saw the gifts, but the word, executed, scared him straight. He turned on Su Qing in a rage and raised his hand to slap her. I grabbed his wrist before he could touch her. "Let go," he shouted. "You walk in without asking a single question and try to hit someone. Why should I let go?" I held on tight. He said it was none of my business how he disciplined his daughter. I told him straight. Maybe it wasn't my business before, but Su Qing was my wife now, and I would never let anyone hit or curse her again. He sneered and said no wonder Su Qing had the nerve to talk back yesterday. She had someone backing her up now. Then he tried to yank his hand free. I let go on purpose, and he stumbled backward and fell hard on the ground. He scrambled up, furious. I stared at him, keeping my face calm, and told him the truth. "I didn't come here for you. I came for Su Jin. I was willing to let Su Qing keep calling you her father and keep treating this place as her family home, if you weren't completely hopeless. But you are. So I'm making the decision for her. She doesn't need this family anymore." I turned to Su Qing and Su Jin. "Let's go." Su Qing's eyes glistened with tears, but she nodded without hesitation. She understood what I meant. Wu Jinhua was so bold only because her own brothers backed her up. A woman's birth family was supposed to be her support after marriage. But when that support was this rotten, it was better to have none at all. Su Qing grabbed Su Jin's hand, and the three of us headed for the door. Su Qing had finally given up on this family. For her, this home was nothing but hell. As we turned to leave, Su Dashan stopped us. "You can go, but why are you taking Su Jin?" Su Qing shot back. "So you can throw him into the mountains to feed the wolves?" That caught Su Dashin off guard. He clearly didn't know about the plan. He spun around and glared at Wu Jinhua, demanding answers. She tried to explain it away, said Su Jin wouldn't live long anyway, so why waste food on him? Su Dashin slapped her across the face without a word. He roared that as long as he was alive, she didn't get to make decisions in his house. Wu Jinhua shrank back. I watched and understood the situation. Su Dashin was uneducated and hot-tempered, the type nobody wanted to mess with. Wu Jinhua might bully everyone else, but she genuinely feared her father-in-law. Then Su Dashin turned on us. He said we could leave, but Su Jin had to stay. People would talk behind his back if he let his youngest son be taken away. I almost laughed. At first I thought he actually cared about Su Jin. Turns out he only cared about his own reputation. I looked him in the eye and laid it out plainly. Su Jin has to come with us. If he stays here starving every day, there's no point. And this woman will find a way to throw him to the wolves behind your back. She'll make up some excuse, and by then he'll already be dead. What could you do about it then? Or is it that you only care about saving face and don't care whether Su Jin lives or dies? That hit the mark perfectly. Su Dashin exploded with anger, but I'd spoken the truth. Deep down, he'd already written Su Jin off as good as dead. Whether the boy starved at home or got thrown to the wolves made no difference to him. As long as it happened under his roof, he could blame it on the strange illness and keep his hands clean. Wu Jinhua looked at me with fear in her eyes. I'd read her mind exactly. Even after that slap, she hadn't given up on her plan to get rid of Su Jin. Su Qing, grab our things. We're leaving, I said. Then I told Su Dashin and Wu Jinhua. Since you're so worried our gifts are stolen, I'll just take everything back. Wu Jinhua didn't want to lose the goods, but she was also scared of being connected to stolen property. She announced she was going to report us, not to the county, which was too far, but to the village chief and the town leader. To these common people, even a minor local official was a big deal. I ignored her and headed for the door. But Su Chong blocked the way and said nobody could leave until Wu Jinhua got back. I frowned at him. Out of everyone in this family, he was the one I despised most. If he weren't so spineless, Wu Jinhua would never have gotten this bold. Su Qing grabbed my arm, worried we'd start fighting. I smirked and said, fine. I'm hungry anyway. Let's eat first. I went back to the kitchen and brought out the braised pork and steamed rice I'd just finished cooking. Su Chong and Su Dashin couldn't take their eyes off the meat. They'd probably never seen that much pork in their lives. I looked at them and sneered. This meat was stolen, remember? You'd better not eat any, or you'll be accomplices. That shut them up. They wanted to eat badly, but they held back. I called Su Qing and Su Jin over, and the three of us sat down to eat together. Su Jin stared at the white rice and braised pork, swallowed hard, and asked in a tiny voice if he could have just one piece to taste. You silly kid, I made all this for you, I told him. If you don't finish every last piece today, I'll never let you eat again. That scared him into picking up a piece right away. The moment it hit his tongue, his face lit up. Su Jin chewed the braised pork with wide eyes and asked why it tasted sweet. Su Qing explained that I put white sugar in it. Su Jin had never heard of white sugar before. He only knew about brown sugar and dark sugar. When Su Qing told him I invented white sugar and planned to sell it for 30 silver taels per pound, the kid nearly dropped his chopsticks. He said even if you sold him, he wouldn't be worth that much. Su Qing smiled and told him not to worry. Her husband had plenty of good things. I could see Su Jin was amazed. First tofu, then amber eggs, and now white sugar. He couldn't wrap his head around how capable his brother-in-law was. I noticed Su Qing sneaking glances at me with a worried look. I could guess what she was thinking. She felt guilty. She thought she wasn't contributing anything compared to my other two wives. Lin Xianer was elegant, Li Han was hardworking, and she saw herself as just a pretty face. Dragging me to her family home and having her relatives treat me like this only made her feel worse. I grabbed her hand and repeated what she'd told Su Jin. Your sister's right. I don't have much else, but I've got plenty of good stuff. Once you come home with us, just tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it. She felt the warmth from my hand and her expression softened. She might not think she had any special talents, but she had something nobody could take from her, a husband who truly cared about her. On the other side of the yard, Su Dashin, Su Chong, and their mother watched us laughing and eating together. They were dying of jealousy but too scared to come over. After all, The food was stolen, right? White rice and braised pork, like that was something they'd never tasted in their lives. Then Wu Jinhua burst through the gate, looking smug. She told Su Chong that she ran into village chief Lu on his way over with a group of men. She was sure he was coming to arrest me. Su Dashin panicked and made sure she'd told the chief they had nothing to do with us. Wu Jinhua marched over to our table and gloated. Chief Lu is here to arrest you. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. I smiled and said, "What makes you so sure they're coming to arrest me?" She scoffed. "They're not here to arrest you." "What? Are they here to beg you for something?" I stood up calmly. "Actually, yes. I asked Chief Lu to do me a favor." She rolled her eyes and said someone like me couldn't possibly have any connection with the village chief. Su Dashin and Su Chong looked at me the same way. Chief Lu owned hundreds of acres of land. Why would a man like that help a fool like me? Just then, I spotted Chief Lu and his steward coming through the lane with dozens of people behind them. My heart finally settled. Once he arrived, everything would be sorted out. Su Dashin rushed to open the gate and greeted the chief eagerly. He told him not to bother coming personally. He'd drag me over himself. Chief Lu gave him an odd look and asked, "Drag him over? Isn't he your son-in-law?" Su Dashin swore up and down that he had no connection to me and hadn't touched any of the goods I brought. Chief Lu just chuckled and walked into the yard. Wu Jinhua ran over to him, putting on her most flattering act, and begged him to arrest me immediately. Chief Lu nearly gagged at her attempt to be charming, but kept his composure. He looked at her and asked a simple question. "Do you people still not know who he actually is?" Wu Jinhua looked confused. "He's just a fool, isn't he? Everything he brought here was stolen." Chief Lu stared at her in disbelief. "Me, a fool? My gifts stolen?" He was clearly thinking that Wu Jinhua was the real fool here. Chief Lu ignored Wu Jinhua completely and turned to me. "Mr. Chu, I brought the men you asked for. They're all skilled builders from the village. I told them the deal, 10 coins a day plus lunch. If that works for you, they can start tomorrow." The moment he called me Mr. Chu, Wu Jinhua and Su Dashin froze. Wu Jinhua stammered, "You just called him what?" "He's a fool." "And what's this about building a house?" Chief Lu scoffed. "A fool? You people don't even know who he is, and you're already judging him. Who's the real fool here?" He asked if they'd ever seen a fool who could invent both amber eggs and tofu. Their jaws dropped. They might not know amber eggs, but they definitely heard about tofu. Everyone knew about the new food taking over the county, and the 4 tofu shops that had lines out the door every day, selling tofu pudding, soy milk, and all kinds of things. And now they were hearing that I was the one behind all of it. Wu Jinhua looked like her soul left her body. She kept mumbling that I was a fool and everything was stolen. Chief Lu dismissed her with a look. "Stolen? You think someone can steal this much?" Then his eyes landed on the jar of wine I'd brought. He'd been smelling it since he walked in. Now that Su Dashin and his family had proven themselves too blind to deserve the gifts, Chief Lu didn't hold back. "Mr. Chu, may I try this wine?" I smiled and told him to keep the whole jar. He tried to insist on paying, but I told him he'd already done me a big favor and the wine was homemade. I could make as much as I wanted. He couldn't resist any longer. He opened the jar, and the aroma hit the entire yard. Everyone started sniffing the air. The workers were saying things like, "I'd die happy if I could taste that," and "It smells better than anything Chief Lu has ever drunk." Su Dashin looked like he wanted to kick himself. The man loved drinking more than anything, but could only afford cheap wine on holidays. If he'd known there was wine like this in my gifts, he would have accepted everything without question. But now he'd burned that bridge, and the wine belonged to Chief Lu. He was too afraid of the chief to say a word. Chief Lu poured himself a careful bowl, took one sip, and his eyes went wide. "Excellent wine," he said. Then he took one more small sip and poured the rest back into the jar. He said wine this good had to be savored slowly. Drinking it all at once would be a waste. Everyone was stunned. They knew he was cheap, but this was something else. He asked if I really made it myself. I nodded and mentioned I'd already sent 3 jars to the Wanxian restaurant in the city. It would probably be famous in a few days. He cupped his hands respectfully and called the wine another golden goose. He asked about the price. I told him 1 tael of silver per jar. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out, but Chief Lu nodded. He said it was the same price as Green Ant wine, and mine tasted better, so it was fair. He sighed and admitted that even he couldn't afford to buy many jars at that price. His entire fortune probably didn't reach 100 taels. I offered to send him a few jars for free whenever he wanted, but he politely refused. He said he appreciated the offer but didn't want to overstep. That raised my opinion of him. Chief Lu was greedy, sure, but he knew where the line was. He was nothing like Wu Sihai back in my village. That man was endlessly greedy and had no morals at all. I insisted Chief Lu take the wine since he'd helped me so much, but he politely declined again, saying he could buy some if he really wanted it. Then he pointed to the villagers he'd brought and suggested we settle the house-building arrangements. All those workers looked at me with desperate hope. 10 coins a day wasn't much, but a full month of work meant 300 coins, enough to keep their families alive until harvest. Some of them were begging to be picked, promising to work twice as hard. One man even offered to take less pay just for the chance. Something inside me ached watching them. Back in my previous life, everyone wanted to be an internet celebrity and make easy money. But here, people were fighting tooth and nail for a job paying 10 coins a day. Chief Lu sighed quietly. I realized then why he'd brought so many people, more than I'd asked for. He hadn't needed to come personally either. He did it because he wanted to give these villagers a chance to earn something. I'd originally thought he came just to get closer to me, but his real purpose was looking out for his people. That raised my opinion of him even more. I told everyone to calm down. I originally wanted about 20 people, but since so many of you showed up and I've got a lot to build, you can all come. Their faces lit up. Even if having more workers meant the job would end sooner, it was better than being turned away with nothing. I told them to come to Wu Family Village tomorrow. I'd have bricks bought by then. In this dynasty, most people lived in mud houses or even straw huts. Brick houses were only for the wealthy. A small brick courtyard cost at least several dozen taels of silver. Then I brought up wages. Everyone went silent, nervous I might lower the pay since they'd seemed so desperate. Instead, I told them the base was 10 coins a day as promised, but good workers could earn more, 12, 15, even 20 coins. They were thrilled. They started thanking me and promising to work hard. Honestly, I felt a little guilty. What I'd just done was basically the dangling a carrot trick that shady bosses used in my previous life. Back there, people would have laughed in my face. But here, these workers were genuinely grateful. After they left, Chief Lu glanced at Wu Jinhua and Su Dashan, then asked if I needed anything else. I said yes. I wanted to borrow a cart to haul all my gifts back home. If I'd known Su Dashan was as bad as Wu Jinhua, I never would have brought a single thing. Su Dashan panicked the moment he heard that. You can't take those back. Those are gifts for me. He ran over and blocked the pile, eyes bulging. I laughed at him. Didn't you just say everything was stolen and you didn't want any of it? So I'm taking it back. What's the problem? He froze for a second, then started playing dumb. That was all Wu Jinhua's idea, not mine. Just like that, the man started shamelessly backtracking. Before coming here, I'd heard from Old Man Wu and others that Su Dashan was a shameless character, but I didn't expect him to be this bad. The man could take back his own words without blinking. Anyone else would have been too embarrassed to breathe, but Su Dashan felt no shame at all. He dumped all the blame on Wu Jinhua and started acting like a loving father. Wu Jinhua, I've had enough of you. Su Qing is our daughter. She comes home with gifts and you call her a thief? What kind of sister-in-law are you? He put on this righteous act as if he hadn't said the exact same things just minutes ago. Even Wu Jinhua was stunned by how shameless he was. She turned to Chief Lu and warned him not to trust me, still insisting I was a fool. Chief Lu shut her down cold. You think your judgment is better than mine? Su Qing's face was bright red with embarrassment. Having a father like this was humiliating.